Conference Committee report on House File number 100, an act relating to cannabis. The report is addressed to the Honorable Melissa Hortman, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Bobby Joe Champion, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees on House File number 100, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by all five of the five conferees on the part of the House and 4 of the 5 Senate conferees on the part of the Senate. Stevenson moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File number 100 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
I recognize the maker of the motion, the member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson, to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Well, the day has finally arrived. Today is the day that we are going to vote here in the House for the last time to legalize cannabis and bring the change that many Minnesotans have wanted for a very long time. We had a great conference committee, and I want to thank all of the members of the conference committee, Representative Kozlowski, Representative Hansen, Representative Hollins, and Representative West. I think we all contributed to this work, not just the Democrats, but I want a special thank you to Representative West, who was really helpful and brought really good perspective and pushed us pretty hard at times. We didn't do everything that Representative West would have liked, but we did some things, and I think he's made the bill better, and I'm grateful for that. To just give you a high-level sketch out of what will happen once we pass this bill, on August 1st, possessing 2 pounds of cannabis in your home or 2 ounces of cannabis outside your home will no longer be a crime in Minnesota. We'll also allow Minnesotans to grow cannabis at home, up to 8 plants total, 4 of which can be mature. We'll be the 23rd state to legalize cannabis, but only the 11th to allow home grow. Also starting on August 1st, and I think this is the thing that there's broad consensus in this chamber about, we will begin the process of undoing the cost of prohibition on communities all across the state by beginning expungements of everything from petty misdemeanors up to more serious felonies through a process. And that will enable tens of thousands of Minnesotans to get jobs, to get housing, to have full and complete lives, and that is a good thing. Throughout the summer and into the fall, we will be standing up the new agency, the Office of Cannabis Management, that will lay out the rules of the road for this new industry. Make sure that we have good consumer protections, health protections, safety protections, so that people can be very confident in what they are consuming and making educated and responsible decisions for themselves. The process of laying out those regulations and rules and setting up that infrastructure likely will take 12 to 18 months from where we are now before we see actual dispensaries open in the state. A couple of significant items that I know members are interested in. One, this conference report allows a little bit more local control than the bill that left the House. In particular, it allows cities, if they choose, to adopt an ordinance limiting the number of cannabis retailers in their community, but they can't limit it any more than 1 for every 12,500 people. So we preserved our stance against opt-outs, which is very important to eliminate the illicit marketplace across Minnesota, but we did compromise and create more options for localities to choose the degree to which these businesses are in their communities. We also did agree to compromise and increase the tax rate up to 10% from 8%, which is where it was when it left the House. That will mean that Minnesota will have one of the lowest tax rates on cannabis in the country, which again is very important to our goal of transitioning from the illicit marketplace into a legitimate marketplace. All of the additional tax revenue beyond that 8%, so the 2 points that take us from 8 to 10% go to cities and counties, distributed primarily by a formula of how many cannabis businesses there are in the locality, to go for the cost of regulating and enforcing this bill. So that's a 40,000-foot sketch, Mr. Speaker. This is a good bill, It's been a long process to get here. I'm sure we'll talk more about that, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. I'd ask for a yes vote on the motion to adopt.
Further discussion on the motion to adopt. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's a motion to adopt that will not take 4 hours. Why? Because, as the Chair Stevenson said, Republicans were included deeply in the conference committee, especially compared to an average conference committee around here. And I appreciate him being willing to maybe not take all my ideas, but at least hear me out politely. One of the best parts that we were able to retain in this bill that we'd like over here is a high-intensity drug trafficking study. So the Senate had that in their language, and we adopted it into the final bill. This will help us understand what the black market looks like today, and then it'll allow us to analyze later and see what impact this has on the black market. We also adopted language around nuisance actions. So one of the biggest opponents, when I talk to opponents, they say, I don't like the smell. I don't want to smell it. Well, landlords have the authority to not allow it on their properties. You know, it's their land. And that is something that wasn't in the House bill when it left. And that makes a lot of sense. Also, language we adopted on the floor of the House today, on the floor of the House when this first passed, was zero tolerance for those in driving school buses, Head Start buses, those kind of things. That language is still in the bill. There's also a lot of concerns that people had with the hemp industry, that we didn't want to make their products illegal. We had extensive conversation about that in conference, and everybody agreed the existing hemp industry needs to survive, and they shouldn't be punished for investing in a new law that we just legalized last year. So we made some changes to make it help them operate their businesses. I would argue we need to do a little bit more on the definitions to ensure that what they offer now is still legal, which the chair stated his intention wasn't to make any of that illegal unless it was truly unsafe or out of bounds. Under the current definitions, I think we might be able to get there, but it's way open to interpretation, and that is a little bit of an issue. If you're somebody who invested $2 million to start up your business, and say you have 2 locations, you want clarity, and there's still some minutia that I think we can work out, but the chair has indicated that there will be another bill next year, so we will revisit those issues then. Also, there's this THC beverages. Like, you can go to the downtowner right now and buy a THC seltzer beverage. Right now, that is just wild, wild west. They sell the seltzer, and you can do whatever you want with it. You can drink as much as you want. This makes it so if somebody's drinking alcohol at one of these bars that offer this, if they know they have consumed alcohol, they cannot consume a THC beverage, because that's, THC is a safe substance, much safer than alcohol. But when you combine them, people, especially since THC is going to be new to a lot of people, that can cause a lot of dangerous issues on our roads, whereas there's some smart public safety for public health changes that were made in the bill. And the tax rate was increased, and the cities now get a 20% cut of the tax. That'll help because they will be the #1 people who have to deal with all these businesses. It's going to be a exploding industry at first. What we've seen in other states is this just goes bam. A lot of businesses get started right away, which leads to my concerns that still exist in the bill. While I'll be supporting it, the minutia in the licensing structure is so arcane, and it has all these weird social justice, social equity things that are distributing licenses weighted towards where somebody's from rather than the effectiveness of their business plan. I support the bill, but that just doesn't make sense. We need to make sure this market is functioning, because if the market's not functioning, that's what will open up the door for the black market to still exist. And the #1 public policy of legalization is to eliminate the black market, because if it doesn't eliminate the black market, well, really did nothing, because the black market is what makes this product dangerous. It's not inherently dangerous, but if there's fentanyl in it, well, now it's going to get you in trouble. But opening up to a legal market will allow these things to be tested and approved. Everything that will be sold when this bill is legal will have to be approved and tested so people know what's in it. And that's very important. It's more dangerous today without this. Just like when people are dying from alcohol with alcohol prohibition, It's more dangerous to prohibit it, and that's a serious problem. So I appreciate the chair including me in the crafting of this conference committee. While it's not the perfect bill, it is much better than when it left the House, particularly on local control, which is a very important issue to everyone in the state and especially on our side of the aisle. We're going to keep an eye on the black market. This bill's goal is to eliminate it, and because of this high-intensity drug trafficking study, we're going to be able to track that quite well because we have a DEA task force here in Minnesota based out of Hennepin County. So, rather than taking hours and hours and hours urging adoption, I think because they have demonstrated that they're willing to engage the minority on this bill, we should adopt this committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the adoption of the conference committee report of House File 100? Representative Stevenson.
Please vote yes.
All those in favor of the motion to adopt the conference committee report on House File 100, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File number 100 as amended by conference.
Any further discussion? I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Speaker Wolgamott. The idea of the state systems is the states can act as 50 independent little laboratories and experiments can be done and things can be tried, and when they don't work or if they do work, the other states can learn from that. Seems like everything we do in this state, we want to imitate states where the experiments have failed. Back when I was working in one of our contract towns, they had put a real restrictive snowmobile ordinance in, and the city council really wanted it enforced because there had been a new elementary school built where the old snowmobile path used to be. And I tell this story because all winter long, and we had a really good winter, a lot of snow that next winter, and getting all the people that used to ride the trail, and that's where the trail used to go, never mind the fact how many signs directed them to the new trail, they'd keep driving to where the old trail was. That's where that's what they were used to. And we would stop them and tell them, and the excuse that they always used was, well, I was just following the track in front of me. And I would ask them, if that track or the snowmobile that went in front of you went off a cliff, would you still follow that snowmobile? And they'd say, well, yeah, you might. Well, and that's kind of how it feels with this marijuana bill. Like everything else that we do, marijuana, California's doing it, Colorado's doing it, and we're just going to go full speed ahead and this will solve anything. We will ignore the information that we don't like. We'll embrace or embellish the information that fits our cause, but that's what we have the right to do. This marijuana bill has been holed up for so long, and everything in this bill, if you believe the press, the sky will be bluer and the birds will sing prettier, and your clothes will come cleaner if we just legalize marijuana. And I guess we're at the point where, okay, fine, let's get her over with. Let's quit wasting the time going through the same fight again. If you're so hell-bent on going over that cliff like the snowmobile in front of you, fine, let's go over it. For all intents and purposes, marijuana is legal in the state of Minnesota right now. We've got the gummies that got snuck in. We've got petty misdemeanor amounts. So, let's get her done. And then we can just find out that your clothes won't get cleaner. And all the precautions that we have against juveniles being involved with this greater access, we will find out that it won't work. And the black market that Representative West was alluding to won't be eliminated, as we've seen in the other state where we legalized, with the thought that we're going to go under, we'll eliminate that and it'll make it all great, but it won't. Instead of the underworld doing marijuana sales and making, and I'm just making up a number, 200% profits, well, they'll just get down to whatever. Oh my God, they'll only make 100% profit if they have to get past or get under the sales price of what the legal markets will have to charge, because we have to put so much into it. I would have been, you could have got a green vote out of me if you'd have went decriminalizing this huge bureaucracy that we're creating right now, and all the things that'll be involved in it. None of it will solve what you say it's going to solve. There will be cost. There will be cost. As I said the other night on the omnibus bill, there will be life and death consequences for this. In any state that has gone the legalization and made it more accessible and more acceptable, there have been increases in fatal crashes. And you can find, you can probably pick one state where it wasn't. I'd have to look at the numbers, but, what's figures lie, liars figure. You can pick up your stats, but overall, you can't tell me in your heart of hearts that you think that we're not going to have less crashes. It's going to be acceptable. It's going to be more in the schools. You know that people are going to buy their container of marijuana, and once they've got their state-approved seal, they'll just backfill it with privately grown stuff at a fraction of what it's going to cost. So we'll have our little experiment. Maybe, what's the old poster? The poster, the inspirational poster, it says, everyone has a purpose in life. Maybe your purpose in life is to be an example of what to do to others. So maybe we can be an example to the next state that thinks that if they just legalize marijuana, everything will be great. And they'll see that it didn't turn out, and none of the promises that were made to justify this going forward came true. Members, I ask for a red vote. Thank you.
Further discussion of repassage of the Conference Committee report of House File 100. I recognize Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, members, for this discussion. And normally when I rise on the House floor, I have a very definite feeling about a certain topic, and I'm very concise, very, I've had my mind, I've been looking through all of the things that I want to, that I'm looking at. I've tried to listen to the debate as much as possible, and then I make up my mind, and it's very clear. This is not one of those. This is not one of those topics. According to an NPR article in September of 22, there was a poll done that found that 54% of Minnesotans support legalization, 36% oppose, 11% are unsure. That leaves 7% that just, I don't know, didn't answer the question, I don't know. But if there is ever an issue that is just kind of that 50-50 issue, it's this one. And for those of you who do not know my background, I was a high school English teacher I taught 8th grade for a while too, and they were amazing. But my high school English time, I had a chance to teach debate. And every time we gave students options on debate topics, it was always someone wanted to talk about legalizing marijuana. Always wanted to talk about that. And for the most part, I was giving them, since they were juniors and seniors, I wanted them to learn and discuss and explore topics that were interesting to them. And so we went ahead and allowed them to do that. And it was always interesting because people would be I would set them on the opposing or the negative or positive side. And sometimes, by kind of a flip of a coin, sometimes the people that were most passionate about legalizing marijuana, they just happened to be on the opposing side. And I said, you know, one of the best ways to reaffirm your beliefs is to look at the other side and to see, because it's good to be challenged. It's good to challenge your beliefs, to know that you can strengthen, to know what you know, and to see if you believe truly what is good and true and right. And I was one of those people that was very in the no category. I was like, okay, these are 11th and 12th graders. They're going to have very rudimentary arguments, and it's going to be like, okay, whatever, move on. But the people who talked about this, it was very interesting to listen to their research, really interesting to listen to their reasoning. And while those students obviously would not be allowed to take part in marijuana, as this bill would not allow that, it was interesting to have my beliefs challenged by my students. And I loved that they were able to challenge me and make me think differently. I think that the bill that we started with, I'm just going to say, for a person who is very open to the idea of legalization and certainly agrees with the idea of decriminalization, I think the bill that we started with was atrocious. And for those of you who are watching online and or here in person and you recognize me, I was the one who brought the 5 pounds of hemp to show you how much that was, and one of the reasons why we decreased the amount that you're allowed to have. And they decreased the amount that you're allowed to have, and then in conference committee they increase. That's how that goes. The conference is how that all gets compromised. And while I am very excited about the changes that we see for local control, I'm excited about some of the provisions for how it's going to be taxed and all those things. The goal truly is to help people be safe. I mean, it was heard in a million committees, but it was heard in public safety. And it was one of those things, how is this going to affect public safety? And so I will talk about it from that angle right now. I've always, as a libertarian-leaning conservative, have always kind of explained to people that, you know, we need a reason to ban something in this country. Like, we actually have to have a reason for it. And if, as you've heard from Representative West before, when we look at comparing marijuana and alcohol, obviously statistics are much skewed to looking at how alcohol is quite dangerous. And yet the dangers around marijuana are not insignificant. And whether or not it's because it's illegal and so to get it on the black market puts you more in danger, or whether or not people abuse it, or whether or not it's in its modern form, in its vaping form, in its concentrate form, it's definitely more potent and more, it affects your body more. Regardless, the claims of that it does not completely affect or harm your body are false, and it has to be taken into account. At the same time, as I was listening to some of the arguments about how we can't do this because what about our children? Ladies and gentlemen, if you do not think our youth are not using marijuana illegally right now, you are naive. And if I was not having those conversations with my students, I was naive and I would have been at fault. I could tell you for sure which students were doing this and how they found it and what they were doing. I was very present in my classroom, and I talked to my students, and they trust me. My nickname in my classroom was Mama Mueller. That was my nickname. And I always told my students, here is the deal. If you get in trouble and you're too afraid to call your parents, you call me. I'm going to bring you to your parents, but you call me. Because rule number 1 is no death. And I would rather get a call at 2 in the morning that says, Mama Mueller, I am in trouble and I don't know what to do, than have them read a police report the next day that you're dead. And so if we don't think our kids are using it, you are naive. They are using it and they are not being smart about it. It does affect their development. It does affect how they are, how they develop and all those things. So let's not put any false premises about here that we got to legalize it to, to protect our children. That's false. That's false. That's false. Or we can't make it legal because we have to protect our children. Also false, false, false. Okay. The part that I'm most concerned about are our police officers, because the technology that we have right now to know if a person is under the influence to a detriment is unsure. We do not know how to measure or quantify when someone is significantly affected by marijuana use. When someone is driving, there is no technology right now that has good, accurate measurement so that we can know how they are being affected when they're driving, how they're being affected when they're operating any other type of machinery. And so I think that's concerning. I did get to go to a demonstration of an oral fluids test that I know that they were doing some piloting in Indiana. I have heard that there is a pilot here for that in this bill. And as I've read through the bill, I saw that there was a pilot. Gosh, I would really, really like to see that completed and see that technology actually completed and functioning so that we can give our police tools so that, it's still, even if it's illegal, we still have to, same as alcohol, even if it's legal, you can't drive drunk. You can't drive high. You can't do that. That's important. And right now we don't have the tools that are portable enough to help our police officers measure that. And I know in the bill, as Representative West talked about it, that we talk about you can't have any discernible trace in there. Well, how do we measure that? What's a way to do that? And I also, as I've been doing research, have learned that when you have marijuana, that it stays in your system for a long period of time. And I'm concerned that maybe it's not affecting them, but it is there. And so someone who drives a semi, and they're going across state lines, and because they're doing a route that's nationwide, and all of a sudden they get stopped or pulled over, and they have and for some reason something is happening, or there's a random drug test, that even if it's showing that they're not impaired, that it will show that they have marijuana in their system. And so members, and Representative Stevenson, and I appreciate the work that you've been doing, especially as this is something that I'm really open to and I really want to be able to see success on. I don't see, I am not ideologically against this. I really am not. I am not sure, honestly, how I'm going to vote right now. I really want to be able to listen to the debate, and I want to be able to weigh all the things that we're hearing today. And so I want you to, public, as you're listening to this, I want you to hear that it is more than just pressing a red or green button on our desk. It really is. This is much bigger, more complex. You heard from Representative Otney. There's a giant bureaucracy with this. And we heard from Representative West that there's still several different requirements and prioritization that just seems silly and inappropriate. And so members, I really hope that as you take the vote today, that we are not, too much of what we do is kind of politically divided. And I really hope, this is too important, I really hope that you're able to listen to both sides and be able to kind of put away some of your blinders and really think about what you want to do. And know that whether or not you vote for or against it, this is split 50-50 with Minnesota. 54% is not an overwhelming majority, despite whatever you're going to hear. That's not an overwhelming majority. And so this issue isn't an overwhelmingly, the people who care about it, they really care about it. And the people who are against it are really against it. But the people who are like me, this is why this bill makes it difficult, because there's so many places in it that's very good. I'm very open to the idea. I have just a couple of concerns. And so, as of right now, I'm probably going to vote in favor for it, but I'm also incredibly conflicted and really hope that as we listen to the debate that we're able to learn from one another. So thank you, members. Thank you, Representative Stevenson, for the work that you've done on this bill. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on the repassage of the Conference Committee report for House File 100. I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And one of the greatest couple concerns that I have, I will be a no vote. I will be a no vote. Here's a couple reasons why. We've heard these, some of them. If we do not protect our next generation, kids, then why are we here, kids and grandkids? In the conference file, we raised 1.5 pounds to 2 pounds. Folks, that's 2,724 joints. That is going to get in the hands of the kids. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. We have the gummy problem already. That's not helping to uplift our society. Kids are so vulnerable to peer pressure, their development of their brain lobe. We heard this on the last time it was on the House floor, is so concerning. And we hear that because we legalize this will eliminate the black market. No, it won't. That's a bunch of crap, because the people who are in the black market right now aren't going to say, whoa, let's now follow more stringent laws. Let's go through the process, because we are people of habit. If it's easier to get it through the black market, they're going to continue. Look at California. Look at Colorado. And picture this. I would assume most of you have eaten an apple. But let's say you ate an apple the first time and you really like it. I was up at a trade show in North Dakota this March, and a semi tipped over, and they brought all these apples, and they were the best apples. I'm not an apple fan. I love apple pie. That's a different thing, because there's a lot of sugar in it, okay? That's another food group, by the way, sugar. But if you eat an apple and then it tastes good, and you continue to eat an apple, it becomes more desirable, but then it gets to a point that it becomes less desirable. You know, if you get something, you've all heard the saying, you get something of too much of a good thing, it's no longer a good thing. Let's replace that apple with marijuana for our kids. Ooh, at first, we take it, it feels good. You know, it feels good. Let's face it, it feels good. I've never had a marijuana, but I'm just guessing. From several of my, I'll call clients that I've taken in the ambulance, okay, over 20, almost 29 years. They're happy. But what happens is as you take marijuana more, it's just like that apple, it becomes less undesirable. I have a really good friend of mine who did just that in high school. He was about 10 years younger. His name's Tony. He gave me the permission to use this. He started marijuana in high school. And guess what? At first it was cool, it was neat, got that high bump, whatever you call it. And then he went to mushrooms back then. This is in the early 90s, okay? That didn't do it. Then he went to cocaine. You know, after a while, that didn't do it. And then he went to heroin, excuse me. And then he got help. He got involved with the ministry, and he found Christ, and it helped him to go straight. And I called him before, actually, the last time we talked about it, I never got talking to him. He goes, Jeff, people need to know that he has other individuals he's gone through treatment with that has been down the same path. Now, everybody knows, of course, my biggest concern is going to be with what it will do to individuals who drive. People are already driving under the influence. Everybody come onto a scene that's in a car accident, they only have 2 beers. We always joke that those are some big beers. But it's always the same. How many beers have you had? 2. Can't talk, can't drive, but they've always had 2 beers. I have, this was in April of, let's see, I was running for my first House position. So this would have been April of 2014 at 4 a.m. in the morning. We get a pager out. The gentleman, one vehicle rollover. Person wasn't wearing his seatbelt. We get called. Fire shows up. This is out to Wilmot, which is south of town, running into South Dakota. And got called to the scene. I was the first EMT on there. Went to the car, was an SUV. And he was dead. He passed away. Not many of you have experienced that. It's not a fun experience. I've experienced it way too many times. Actually experienced it about 2.5 weeks ago. We had a run on Friday night. Those are not fun runs. He was actually a mayor of a community, south. And the family got extremely upset with me. Got extremely upset, thought I should do something. They got so upset that I went through the whole process of having my license revealed and going through the whole process in the state of Minnesota. All the way up the line. Now, of course, I was cleared because we did everything we could. There was just nothing to do. I don't mean that. I don't mean we just showed up and we said, okay, there's nothing to do. But there was really nothing you could do. And that was driving under influence. Now, of course, that's alcohol. That was an alcohol scenario, but still driving under influence. And I'm so concerned of the kids and so forth. Just this weekend, I was paged. I was out with my family, Mother's Day. Got there on the South Dakota side of Lake Traverse. Food's going to be served in just 3 minutes. Pager goes off. Motorcycle accident. Those people, he was drinking beforehand, and he wasn't wearing a helmet. So it doesn't matter if it's alcohol, it doesn't matter if it's marijuana, it doesn't matter if it's another substance. When you are driving under influence of a different substance, you affect other people. You affect other people. And is it addicting? Of course it's addicting. We know that. Back in February 2021, Caleb and I, there's that gal Caleb I've used on this floor before, we responded to a run. It was 7 o'clock Saturday morning. It was 21 below zero. It was pretty cold. It was real cold, to say the least. And we walked into the home, and I go, man, this guy has pneumonia. I mean, you open up the door, probably from me to where Representative Quam is, like, you could hear this guy with wheezing. I go, man, this guy's not doing well. And then what did he want to do? He wanted to grab a joint and smoke it before we put it in the ambulance. That did not happen, by the way. I put it in my pocket. I did not use it, by the way. But that just shows the guy's having problems breathing. We put oxygen on. Right before I put oxygen on him, he wants to light up a joint. You can't tell me you're not addicted when you have those type of respirations, when you can hear him wheezing. He was pale. That means he's not getting very good saturation of O2. And right before I put the O2, he pulls out the joint. That's addiction, guys and gals. It is. This is what I'm concerned about. I've seen it in the field because unfortunately people are not always responsible. And we as EMS, as fire and ambulance, run to danger. We run to those challenges. Why put this into society where we know it's bad for the kids? Yes, I know people are already doing it. You know what? My father used to say, if someone jumped off the water tower, does that mean you're going to jump off? No. I wouldn't. If you want to, that's up to you. But I wouldn't want to do it. The fall doesn't hurt. It's the stop at the bottom that really hurts. So I just can't imagine people in their homes can have 2 pounds of marijuana. Think about that. That's 2,724 joints. If you smoke 10 joints a day, no one would do that. So it's going to get in the wrong hands. That's what I'm trying to say. It's going to get in the hands of our kids. And that's one of the main reasons. That is the main reasons I'm voting no. We as adults should be protecting our kids from these substances. Please vote no. Thank you.
Further discussion to the repassage of House File number 100 is amended by conference. I recognize the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. You know, just I appreciate the comments earlier and just some of the real basic things about this bill. You know, just looking at different laws and how they're affected and looking at the city's involvement in this. And so I understand that, you know, the ability for local control is exceptionally curtailed in this bill. There was some improvements potentially to it, but just wanted to ask a question of the author, if that's a possibility, if he's on the floor, or maybe if someone else on the floor, if I ask the question, is there anyone on the floor that, I guess he stepped off. That's fine. I'll talk till maybe he shows back up. But, you know, I think, you know, these are really big concerns that we do have when it comes to the opening up of this. You know, one of the biggest concerns I do have is the continued inability for cities that are not interested in having it in their area. I think that's a very unfortunate part of this bill that should most definitely have been passed over and looked at. You know, I think we have to understand one of the biggest things when it comes to some of that taxation portion of this bill, that 2% does go back. Mr. Speaker, would Representative West yield to a question?
Representative West will yield to a question. Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative West, just a general question on, you know, just kind of the public use of it. So, you know, while cities may be able to limit the sale of it, will cities be able to enforce restrictions on where it's used as far as proximity on public streets? Will they be able to just walk down the street and use it near schools, on sidewalks? How is that process going to work?
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is a fantastic question. So the bill allows local control on that as well. So a city can have an ordinance that doesn't allow smoking on the street. You can't smoke where children are present anywhere. And you can't smoke in a public park or multifamily housing you can't smoke in. Also, a landlord can prevent smoking on the properties they own. So there is significant local control here, and those are massive improvements that we've worked on in conference committee.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would Representative West yield for another question?
Representative West will yield for another question. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative West, members, just kind of going down that same kind of line of questioning from an enforcement standpoint. So while they may have an ordinance, and while we're decriminalizing marijuana, what tools will be left in the tool bag at any point if you have a repeat offender that's doing continued use next to schools? Will law enforcement be able to hold those people? Will they be able to arrest those folks if they just decide they don't care and they continue to disregard local ordinances? What will they be able to will they be able to arrest these people and put them in jail if they're not following those ordinances?
Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I believe similar to getting a traffic ticket. So if you don't pay your traffic ticket, you won't get it. But that probably would be a better question for the author of the bill.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Stevenson yield for a question?
Representative Stevenson will yield to a question. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Stevenson, my question to Representative West, and I appreciate his willingness to answer questions, but just was really on the enforcement front, kind of that local ordinance portion of it. So if you've got, let's say, a repeat offender a person that is just not really interested in following the local laws, it's walking on the sidewalk, smoking marijuana, or going by schools or in playgrounds or in parks, kind of what tools are we going to limit from the statewide perspective, what local authorities, like if they want to up the ante locally or at the county level to increase penalties for use in those particular areas if you have a repeat offender?
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Swedzinski. I think Representative West answered the question correctly, that cities can adopt those ordinances and they have the powers and they're in their toolboxes. Cities and counties don't have the ability, for instance, to create felonies, but they do have the ability to have petty misdemeanors and misdemeanors, and there are tools in the toolbox that they can use in those situations.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Stevenson, for the answer to that question. I think that's important. While we may be taking local control away when it comes to the actual location of these and some limitations, and would Representative Stevenson yield for another question?
Representative Stevenson will yield for another question. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Just along those lines of just the prohibition from locations, it's my understanding that the bill did change as far as separation from schools and some other locales. I believe it left the floor initially at 1,000 feet. Now it's at 500 feet.
Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Swedzinski. As applied to schools, it actually is unchanged. It's 1,000 feet, and again, that's permissive. A city can adopt an ordinance to keep the facility 1,000 feet away. It doesn't have to. It's 500 feet from a daycare, from a treatment facility, or from an attraction in a park that is appealing to kids. So we're thinking like playgrounds and ball fields, things like that.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And then my next question, thank you, if Mr. Stevenson would yield for a question.
Representative Stevenson will yield for a question. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Stevenson, just kind of going around that education standpoint, we obviously have, because of the changing dynamic when it comes to education, we have a growing amount of homeschooling going on in our communities. Will those same laws be locally affected for homeschoolers? So if you have a homeschool family, are cities allowed to protect those homeschools as well for multiple children?
Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill, and Representative Swedzinski, the bill says school. It's not specific as to public or private. I think the homeschool thing actually has an even stronger protection, though, because when we're talking about establishments, because the businesses have to comply with local zoning ordinances. And homeschool would be in a home, which would be in a residentially zoned neighborhood where you wouldn't put a business under local zoning law anyway.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. Thank you, Representative Stevenson, for answering that question. So it does sound there will be some potential, but if you're looking at from if you have a homeschooler within a commercially zoned apartment complex and potentially having that down the road, how would that affect that?
Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sorry, Representative Swazinski, I couldn't hear that question. I don't know if you could repeat it.
Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Stevenson, so we're looking at, so if you have a mixed-use facility, so let's say if you go downtown, you have a business, which is a commercial establishment on the main floor, then above that establishment, you have literally apartments/homes. So it's a misuse, commercial versus that. How will that affect if you have a homeschool family that pleads to the city and says, sir, at the city council, city administrator, I am a homeschool business above a commercial place that potentially, a downtown, some small towns are 1,000 feet from one end to the other. How will that stand, and will that city be able to enforce that from a school protection?
Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Swazinski. Well, we are slicing and dicing this pretty particularly here. I think you do have to follow local zoning, right? So if a mixed-use development under that city's rules allows for commercial establishments generally, we've crossed that barrier. And then I think your question is going to be, does the language in the bill when it says that a city can adopt an ordinance restricting this 1,000 feet away from a school, does a place where learning instruction happens at a home count as a school under state law? I would venture to guess the answer to that question is no.
Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, folks, here, we do have some potential issues with this bill as it moves forward. I think there are some loopholes that could potentially impact children that are being taught within the home when it comes to the proximity to marijuana facilities, mandated marijuana facilities within jurisdictions. I think one of the issues that we do need to take up as we move this bill forward, I think one of the improvements was that the tax was increased to include 2% for local enforcement. It's my guess that will be likely very inadequate when it comes to the ability for local jurisdictions to deal with the issues that this state will provide them. Members, I think we have, I'm planning on voting no. I was not planning on voting yes in any way. I think we have a responsibility to our state. I think, Representative Novotny really did lay it out pretty straightforward, talking about really the 50 different units of liberty when it comes to those laboratories and what that means and how that works. And what we've seen the change, right? The difference between what California did and what Minnesota is doing today is one big fundamental thing, is that it's getting rid of local control. California allows local cities to pass ordinances which ban the promulgation or the allowance of these businesses to be in their communities. And for some, that's viewed as a big negative to say, hey, look at that. We haven't got rid of the private. We haven't got rid of the public. Well, I can guarantee you, members, where they have allowed them in big cities, they haven't gotten rid of the illegal stuff either. Right? So we're going to be told that the reason why we need to force this into small towns across the state is that we want to get rid of the illicit drug trafficking. Well, if that was the case, I can guarantee you that Los Angeles would not have an illegal drug problem. Right? Vote no.
Further discussion to the repassage of House File 100 is amended by conference. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It's hard to know where to begin. It's a sad day. I know many people are happy, so I do not share that emotion with you tonight. I do want to thank Chair Stevenson for really listening to the concerns that a lot of us raised about local control, and I do think that there have been some improvements in that regard, and I think it will matter. So thank you very much for that. I still have a bunch of concerns about the bill, but I would like to revisit the local control issue for a moment if Chair Stevenson would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Robbins.
Thank you. So, Chair Stevenson, I did review the local control in the conference report, and it seems like the local control that cities are given really just deals with the manner and operation of the cannabis business for time, place, and manner. Is that correct?
Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Robbins. So certainly time, place, and manner are all opportunities for local control. You heard the discussion that I had with Representative Swazinski that kind of fleshed out some of the place things, in particular the zoning components. And one of the things that I might mention is that before a license can issue from the state has to confirm that the applicant is complying with local zoning laws. So there is a time, place, and manner component. But beyond that, one of the things we added in conference was the ability of a city to restrict the number of retail establishments in the city. So they did not have that authority under the bill as it left the House. They do in the conference report. That was a compromise position with the Senate. The provision in the bill allows the city to limit to the point where it's one for every 12,500. So they can't limit if it's below that, but they can limit above that. So it's kind of a floor. It's totally optional, up to the city if they want to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Stevenson. But just to be very clear, the local government, according to lines 38.12 and 38.13, the local government may adopt reasonable restrictions on the time, place, and manner of the operation of the cannabis business. That does not refer to where the person may possess or smoke the product. Is that correct?
Are you asking if he'll yield for another question?
I'm asking him to yield, yes. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
Representative Stevenson will yield to a question. Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Robbins. In that particular section, that's correct. That's what that refers to. And actually, when I sat down, I realized I forgot to mention another local control aspect, is that once a county gets to the level of 1 to 10,000 on their license to person ratio, then no city in the county, even if they have no businesses, has to accept a new license. So that was another provision of local control that we added related to businesses. But yes, the section that you referred to is particular to businesses.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Stevenson. So, you know, I think there's been a lot of discussion about, oh, the local control's improved, and it is, and I'm grateful for that. But that's really, just so our mayors and whoever's watching out there, that is really about where the business can be located. When you talk about personal use, they cannot control that. And so in lines 29.16, it says that an individual 21 years or older may possess, transport 2 ounces or less of cannabis flower in a public place or in their residence, and on and on. So, so that means, members, that you can't say the city cannot say they can't have it in a park. They can, because that's a public place. It's just that the business cannot be located within 500 feet of an attraction in a park. And so I don't know why it's no longer 1,000 feet of parks, but it's still a big concern that I have, because if you're in my city, for example, Maple Grove, the Central Park or some of the ball fields or the Weaver Lake Park, where the playground is, maybe you couldn't be within 500 feet of the playground, but the business itself could be within 500 feet of the actual boundaries of the park. Kids are going in and out of the park or out of the ball fields or playing soccer. I mean, there could be a business right next door to the parking lot of the park, and as long as it's 500 feet away from the attraction, it can still be there. That's a serious concern, members. And there's no reference to churches or mosques or synagogues, and a lot of children do participate in youth activities, but apparently there's no limitation on how close a business can be to those facilities. So there are still a lot of local control issues that I think should be concerning to us as we think about how this is going to impact the youth. And then there's the issue of 2 pounds. Representative Backer noted that you can keep 2 pounds of the cannabis at your home, the dried cannabis, and that does equal, if you do the math, 2,724 joints. That's a lot, members. I don't know why someone would want to grow and keep that much at their home, but the whole debate about all of this has been that I heard someone say it tonight, we're going to eliminate the black market. Well, if this was really going to eliminate the black market, we wouldn't be allowing people to grow it in their homes and possess 2 pounds. And we certainly wouldn't be allowing that to start 18 months, and I think that's optimistic, before the regulated market is going to open. And so if this was really going to eliminate the black market, people would only be able to get the product that had been tested, manufactured, weighed, had proper packaging and labels. All of that maybe would help if it was only available in retail outlets that had gone through all those testing and labeling and packaging requirements. But well before any of that is in place, starting August 1, members, people can grow 8 plants in their home, 4 of which can be flowering. And the information I've read on that is that that's allowing 8 plants is really a lot. So some of the things I read in the last couple months were that 4 plants might be reasonable to get to the 2 pounds, but 8 plants will way exceed what people grow and can keep on that. So we are creating the black market. We are not eliminating it. And that is very concerning, members. And I know it's too late. I know this is going to pass. But I really made a plea to change the effective date on when, first of all, I don't think we should allow people to grow it at home or have it at home at all, or grow it themselves and cultivate it at home. But if you're going to do that, that effective date should be timed to when the retail market is going to open up. And giving that homegrown market a head start is a grave mistake, members. And if nothing else, I hope you vote no so we could fix that portion of it. There's so many other concerns I have. One of the things Representative Novotny already talked about was the impairment and the impact on the roads. And we saw that there have been states from those that have already legalized it where there's I believe it's a 4% increase in injury accidents and a 6% increase in fatal accidents in states that have legalized. But in a Canadian study, it was 15% increase in fatalities, members, on the roads. And the law enforcement has testified that they're not ready, and I appreciate that there's money in the bill to provide for drug recognition expert training, but that will take a while to get those officers ready to be trained on this. And meanwhile, people are going to start legally using August 1. The drug recognition expert training takes a lot of time, and we will not have nearly the capacity in law enforcement to be ready for that on August 1st. Again, why are we rushing this? And then another aspect of that, members, is how this is going to deal with impairment. There is no roadside test, as we talked about extensively earlier in this debate this year, but there also is no level of impairment in the bill. And other states who have legalized do set a level of impairment. In Colorado and I believe Washington, it's 5 nanograms of Delta-9 per milliliter of blood is the level that makes you legally impaired. And I know, members, that other states have set a legal amount for impairment, and we chose not to do that here. It is a choice. And so I just ask you, members, to think about why we are not setting a level of impairment so that there could be some guardrail on this. And another thing, we've talked a lot about the impact on the youth and brain development. I have studies that I'm not going to read again, but I just want to remind everyone that the Minnesota Psychiatric Society and the Minnesota Society of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry does not support this because they know that brain development continues till age 25 and that the impacts of people on those young brains is substantially more significant. And there was a recent study that was just came out since our last floor debate on this in Denmark. And it was a very serious, extensive study. It looked at people from 1972 to 2021, looked at 6.9 million people. And it showed that of people who had cannabis use disorder, those aged 21 to 30, 30% of them developed schizophrenia. There is reams of evidence out there that shows that young people who use cannabis have much higher rates of schizophrenia, of mental illness, of depression, anxiety. And we are just opening this up to young people, and we're already in a mental health crisis in our state, members. We've seen this lots of times. The head of graduate education at the University of Minnesota asked for funding for 3 more doctors to be trained in substance use disorder and addiction medicine because we just do not have the capacity to deal with the opioid crisis, the fentanyl crisis, and now on top of that, what we will be seeing in our youth with marijuana. So it's so concerning. And then finally, members, going back to the illegal market, I meant to say this when I was talking about that. Another reason why we are choosing, by the design of this bill, to create the illegal market is that people are allowed to give away 2 ounces, no penalty. So you grow it at home, you can have up to 2 pounds in your home, and you can give it away for no penalty. Other states don't do that. I don't know why we think that's a good idea, but we are setting ourselves up for real tragedy in this state, members. And I do not look forward to seeing what's going to happen. It also really affects the youth in terms of cannabis poisonings. In the Journal of Pediatrics, it spoke about minors being exposed to cannabis. 98% of cannabis exposure happens in residential settings. And cases have increased from 207 in 2017 to 3,054 in 2021, a jump of 15 times. In Minnesota, we have seen this increase of not just cannabis exposure, but cannabis poisonings for young people from 231 in 2016 to 368 in 2022, a 59% increase in 4 years. And we talked at length in earlier discussions about the need for a potency limit. Again, a potency limit is supported by the Minnesota Medical Association, by the Minnesota Psychiatric Association, and that other group I can't remember, the Minnesota Society of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. The cannabis concentrates are extremely potent. They can go up to 99% potency, but more commonly, it's in the 80s. That's extremely high, members. Back in the 1970s, the concentration of THC in marijuana was 1 to 3%. Today's marijuana flower, because of changes in genetics, is now up to 17% or even a little bit higher. Concentrates used to be 6.7% THC, but now they're routinely in the 80s and 90s. Members, this has such serious detrimental mental health effects on users when it's at that high concentration. But again, in the design of the bill, you chose not to put a concentrate limit. So members, I know that there's some polling that shows 54 or so percent of Minnesotans support legalization. I'm sure that's true if you ask, do you support legalization? But if you ask, do you support these high levels of concentration? Do you support legalization where these people can smoke and have possession in parks, in your community, where you have things only within 500 feet. You can have these businesses within 500 feet of a playground or other place where young people hang out. I don't think they support that. That's certainly not the feedback I've gotten from parents in my district, from community people in my district that I've talked to. And because we chose, again, for not putting in a standard for impairment, we chose not to have the concentration limited. The choices that have gone into this bill are going to hurt our state. They're going to increase fatalities and injury accidents on the roads. They are going to increase mental health problems, especially for young people. And this is an unforced error, members. We do not have to do this. And I urge a no vote. I know a lot of this is falling on deaf ears, but I just hope, members, that you'll, even at this late hour, reconsider. We could make other choices, especially that would curb the illegal market by only allowing the retail sales and not allowing it at home. If you make that choice, it would have better outcomes for our state. Thank you, members.
Members, before I call on the next member who has sought recognition, as a courtesy to the members of this chamber, I would ask that members use the side doors given the noise on the rotundas, and I would respectfully instruct the Sergeant-at-Arms to recommend to members that they use the side doors as they are entering and exiting the chamber. Members, we are on discussion of the repassage of House File 100 as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Would Chair Stevenson yield for a question?
Chair Stevenson will yield to a question. Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Stevenson, I want to talk about expungement. And so my understanding is that basically every punishment is delivered relative to the time where the crime's been committed for the most part. Can you just walk me through how this bill deals with expungement in the new Article 5 so I have a better understanding of that?
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Nadeau. Article 5, I think at a high level, you could explain it by dividing the cannabis convictions into two buckets, okay? So you have your non-felonies and your felonies, okay? For your non-felonies, we're going to start with an automatic expungement process led by the BCA. So that will go after the petty misdemeanors and the misdemeanors. That process, that section of the bill is effective August 1st, but BCA has made clear that it will not conclude on August 1st. It will take them some time to seal those records, and that process could continue for up to a year. In addition, as long as we're talking about misdemeanors and petty misdemeanors, there are some records of those instances that are not in the possession of the BCA, and thus the BCA can't automatically expunge those. We direct the Cannabis Expungement Board, which I'll speak of in a minute, to deal with those misdemeanors after they deal with the felonies, okay? So that's one bucket. The other bucket is the felonies, the more serious crimes. And the bill creates a cannabis expungement board and vests in them the power to review all of the felony convictions for possession and sale and expunge or resentence as appropriate. So they're going to be making individualized determinations for those cases, looking at a variety of factors that are outlined in the bill and making determinations about whether it makes sense to expunge or simply resentence or do something different. Because sometimes, a felony might include not just a cannabis charge, but it might include a violent charge that expungement is not appropriate remedy in that situation, or resentencing might be the more appropriate remedy. And also to consider things like whether it makes sense to restore someone's firearm rights. Under current Minnesota law, if you have a felony conviction for a controlled substance offense, you lose the right to possess a firearm for your life. And so the Cannabis Expungement Board, on a case-by-case basis, will be making those decisions about what is appropriate to do. Notably, though, there's nothing that the individual has to do to initiate that. The board is just charged to go through and look at every single case until they are done, after which they're supposed to move on to the misdemeanors.
Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. If he would yield for another question.
Chair Stevenson will yield for another question. Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this will be my last question on the expungement. So under the current bill, a home grower could gift 2 ounces without a problem. I don't mean to make marginal arguments. I'm just seriously interested. If a home grower gives a 16-year-old, which that part's not legal, gives somebody under 21, gives somebody under 21 cannabis in any amount, or gives someone over 21 cannabis greater than 2%, greater than 2 ounces, and get caught for whatever reason, they somehow get caught. And I'm assuming that they would be charged under the Section 152 statutes. If they're caught, they'd be charged. Would that create just an automatic circle where they would be charged, get expunged? I'm not trying to play games. I'm really curious as how that would be dealt with.
Representative Stevenson.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nadeau. No, and I don't think that's a marginal question. No, it would not be a circle. Those people would not be eligible for expungement under the bill. We create an entirely new set. We totally revise the criminal law as it pertains to cannabis. So we eliminate cannabis from a lot of Chapter 152, not the very high levels, the first and second degree controlled substance crimes, more at the level that you're talking about. That wouldn't even be a crime under 152. It's a new section of law that we're creating on cannabis crimes. The things that you're talking about would be criminal and then would not be eligible for expungement under that, because we're creating a new set of rules, and then people will be expected to follow the new set of rules.
Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if he would continue to yield, I'm not going to talk about expungement anymore, but I want to talk about background checks.
Representative Stevenson will yield to a question. Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And basically, now I'm in around line page 260.1. It's talking about HHS and doing background checks. And HHS primarily uses net study to do this. Can you walk me through how this would work? So, direct service-based providers basically they contract with the Department of Human Services. Department of Human Services does background checks on these employees who provide services to disabled kids and adults and things like that. Can you walk me through how this deals with those people who may end up becoming get an expungement and still want to work as a direct service provider for and deal with disabled and vulnerable kids?
Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Nadeau. The conversation about the background studies with DHS was something we did spend some time on in conference, and it was really kind of looking at whether or not we needed to ask DHS to seal up their own records that they have on particularly the low-level offenses, the petty misdemeanors and the misdemeanors. We were informed that those types of offenses aren't a disqualifier under current law, those very low levels, so we did not, and they're confidential. You could not, as a private citizen, go and find out what information DHS has about someone's misdemeanor or petty misdemeanor history. On the more serious side, once the expungement board operates, again, they're going to consider each case individually and either resentence to bring in compliance with the current law, what would be criminal under this current law, or grant an expungement as appropriate. They're going to try to separate out the more violent crimes and not probably give people expungements if they have the violent piece into it. But the expungement board proceedings, I think on the top of 260 talks about how DHS is supposed to treat expungement board orders and how they're supposed to react to those.
Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Stevenson. If you just yield for my final question.
He will yield for your final question, Representative Nadeau.
So, if there's a business that has a zero, I know the bill addresses that employers can discipline, even to just discharge people who are using on the job and everything else. If there's does the language in this bill, if an employer has a zero tolerance policy for drugs or alcohol, is there anything in this bill that would prohibit that business from exercising its zero tolerance policies?
Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Nadeau. I think it depends on what you mean by zero tolerance. I'll say broadly speaking, the bill, in terms of testing, for example, has different regimes for safety-sensitive positions and positions that involve, direct care or supervision of vulnerable adults or minors, things like that, where we are allowing random testing. And other positions where you can't do random testing, but if you have a suspicion that someone is, a reasonable suspicion or evidence that someone is using on the job, that you can do a test. In this way, it's modeled after what we do for alcohol, right? So, for most positions, we can't randomly test to see if someone is just drinking ever, but if you have evidence that makes you believe that a person is drunk on the job, you are allowed to test them. So the idea was to create parity between what we currently do for alcohol and what we will do for cannabis with regard to testing. There's certainly nothing in this bill that requires any employer to allow anyone to consume cannabis on the job.
Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my seatmate, I'm struggling with this issue, and I think many people on this side would, fully support decriminalization. And I appreciate the work that you've done, Chair Stevenson, to make these changes from the first time I heard this bill. So I'm looking forward to the debate, and hopefully a lot more people will stand up and talk so I can learn a lot more. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on the repassage of House File 100 is amended by conference. I recognize the member from LeSueur, Representative Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is an issue that I heard a lot about at the door, both for and against. And I'll cut the suspense right now and let you know that I'm not voting for it. But as people ask me why I'm not voting for it, I told them that this is going to happen. This is going to happen in our state, whether it happens tonight, and it's going to happen tonight, obviously. Whether it's this year or next year or the year after, but there's some other things that we need to consider here. And then there's a broader picture. And so my answer to them was, hey, if this is going to happen, and again, I'm not in favor of that, but if it's going to happen, it should be nationwide. Because there are some issues here with this, and the first one is in banking. Because it is illegal for me to give anyone a loan or open an account when I know they're conducting an illegal activity. And so that gives all of our nationally chartered banks a real issue with opening accounts here. And I know there is currently some legislation that's being worked on in Washington, but it's not there yet. And so we're nowhere close to the point where a nationally chartered bank can open an account for a cannabis business. And then, quite honestly, I'm in a state chartered institution. Because of that, most of us won't touch this. We just won't deal with it. Last thing I want to do is get cross with an examiner, and I've had them sitting at the bank all week, this week. So it creates an issue there that maybe this body doesn't care about, right? I mean, that's a cannabis business's problem. Let them figure it out. We're giving a lot of other problems to a lot of other businesses and let them figure that out. But we have the same issue when it comes to trucking, right? And it's an illegal substance nationally, and so you can't test positive or you'll lose your license. We have the same issue with the military. And I want to spend a little bit of time there with the military because we all took an oath when we put that uniform on, and we understood very, very clearly that this is not something that's acceptable. And then we have in the bill our social equity applicants. So a service-disabled veteran, and that makes sense to me, I get that, or a National Guard member, or any veteran or National Guard member who has lost honorable status due to a cannabis-related offense. And that's where I have an issue, members. That's where I have an issue, because there's a handful of us here that have dealt with this, that have had to make the decision as to whether a soldier, he or she, gets to stay in uniform or is less than honorably discharged. And my decision-making process was always, look, if you're 18, 19, 20, you're a private specialist, you're not in a leadership position, then I'm willing to give you another chance, because we were all there and deep in the back corner of our closets, there's a skeleton from our 18-year-old time frame, right? We've all got them. So I'm willing to give you another chance. But when it came to those that were leaders, sergeants and officers that were leaders that made decisions, Minnesotans that made decisions, life or death decisions about your loved ones that they led, and chose to disregard the rules, chose to use an illegal substance, potentially clouding their judgment when they're leading our young men and women, our Minnesotans, in life-threatening situations. They chose to do that, and now we're going to reward them. We're going to reward them by giving them a leg up. The status of a social equity applicant, one of the top one is a veteran or those who have lost their status by an other than honorable method. So these are people, again, I don't get it. They're people that were leading our sons and daughters in life-threatening situations, and we're going to allow them to have a leg up here. We're going to give them extra credit to be part of this. It makes no sense to me, and so I'm extremely concerned with that. I think we've got it wrong. And again, I know this is going to happen tonight, but its time has not come yet. We need to take a little time with this and get it right, because there are some of these issues that we've got some time to figure out and make them right. And then lastly, and it's been mentioned here before, but there's no impairment measurement here. There's no objective impairment measurement that we have yet that I'm aware of. And that's very concerning. Again, we're talking about our sons and daughters out on the road, Minnesotans out on the road, and their safety. And we don't have that objective impairment measurement yet for this. So I think there's a few things that I'd love to see worked out. I think if we could do that, then I could maybe get my arms around this, but until then, I'm a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the repassage of House File 100 is amended by conference. I recognize the member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I will take a little different approach because I know that I've shared my thoughts about why I think this is a really, really bad bill. And I know that I'm going to lose it tonight because for some reason I'm having a hard time talking about this because it's just so personal. It's so personal that we have worked so hard in this body with so many of you to fight this addiction stuff. And this is going the absolute wrong way. What I do promise you is this, is that more youth will become addicted to drugs because of this bill. Now just let that sink in for a minute. It's going to happen. They won't likely die from cannabis, but they will become addicted through cannabis. So tonight I'm going to just try to talk about my beautiful son for a minute. And I know a lot of times members are looking at their computers and stuff tonight, and actually I want you to do something for me on your computer, and that is, if you want to, if now or later, but go to the Dan Baker Foundation. It's not active. We don't take money anymore, so I'm not asking you for anything. Greg Davids, you can put your wallet away. But what I want you to see is my family. I want you to see the work that we did do when we had it open for about 10 years. And what I want you to understand is, for the folks out at home looking at this bill, we've got a lot of folks watching us right now because I know for a lot of people this is an important bill to pass. But I want to make sure that I tell the story like my heroes in the military have told their stories and the police force have told their stories about what it's like to go through that. And I think what I want to make sure you know is that the protections you're doing tonight, I'm good, I got it, I'm good, fine. The protections and the changes you made with local controls and, you know, we went down to 1.5 pounds, now we're 2 pounds. I could care less. But it's still a lot of joints, by the way. And I don't like this because I feel like we've worked so hard to help people get out of addiction and out of substance use disorder. And now we're just opening up the back door again and making things so much easier for them to access it. I think that Representative Stevenson has done a good job trying to listen and carry this, and he has bounced all over the place trying to get feedback. This is not telling you, Rep. Stevenson and others, that I don't think you care. I know you care. But I want to talk to the parents that are watching us tonight that have marched with me, have went toe-to-toe with pharmaceutical companies to say, don't do this because it's hurting us. It's the work that Rep. Olson and I did on House File 400 and how we went after the companies that knew they were doing something wrong and they didn't do anything about it. And we're doing that same thing right now, members. We're doing it. We're allowing a substance to become so much more available in the state of Minnesota because you're trying to fix an issue about decriminalizing it. So we're taking the longest, hardest approach to trying to fix something, and you're going to, on the backside, hurt a lot of people in the meantime. If you look at the Minnesota Department of Health, and you go to their website, and you look at what are the reasons, and what are the youth, what is addicting to, what is grabbing the youth in substance use. And you'll see on the website there's a really nice graph. And it is about, there's a little methamphetamines, there's alcohol is at about 20%, but marijuana is at 70% right now. And this is before we legalize it. Let me say that again. Currently in Minnesota, the Department of Health shows that the youth that are become through the substance use world, they start with marijuana. And that is through the listening and the support groups, and they always ask these questions, how did you become addicted? So there it is. I will tell you that in meetings after meetings after meetings, I hear all the time, I started with a joint, or I started with it's anything that we can provide to try to stop the youth from getting this is what we ought to be doing. I talked earlier about I really was saddened that we didn't consider the age of 25 and older would be available to purchase cannabis. That was poo-pooed, but I also know that your change in the conference bill, I believe, said your education is going to recognize that using a substance like this under the age of 25 is not good. It's not advised, whatever you want to call it. But it's still, you can buy it at 21. When we know for a fact that the brains are not developed. And so that is, again, frustrating that we're standing here tonight talking about bringing legalized marijuana to Minnesota that has no THC limits even with the flower side of things. I don't understand why you wouldn't even look at a limit. THC limits. Members, again, the THC limits, the THC period does more damage to the young brain than alcohol does. That was shared earlier in the other meetings. Again, Rep. Robinson had mentioned the Minnesota Society and the Child and Adolescent Psychiatry team. 200 doctors know this the best, and they can see this clearly that the young brain, when you get THC on there, it sticks with you. It's going to do damage. You change. Your brain is not functioning normally. It's not growing normally. And here we're doing this tonight, knowing this is going to hurt people. So that's what I want you to know. We're going to hurt people by passing this bill. Sorry, I'll blow my nose. But to those members who have mentioned tonight that I'm not sure where I'm at, I'm not sure. I think I'm going to vote yes. This is not a re-election bill. This is not going to be the one, because people can justify both sides. They can. I get it. But what you can't justify is not doing the safe thing. And the thing that makes a difference is if you go out and talk to people that understand this, like I do, like the journeys that I've been on. I know that I'm a different lens on this, but it's real. So if you listen to those people, and if you err on the side of safety, and because you care about the young people that are going to get addicted, I want you to think about that when you push the button today. Dan was a beautiful boy. He was an average kid. Again, he didn't use drugs in school. He was an athlete. I mean, I know that he had a few beers once in a while. He was just that average, fun-loving, big-hearted, stinky feet, bad jokes, but he tried, and he was lovable and corny like his dad. He probably typed like me too, really badly. Two-pecker, yeah, I know. But he was amazing. And it's been 12 years. And I wish I could stop this, but I know I can't. I wish I could tell you that I had a better answer for you, that we could snap our fingers and legalizing it or decriminalizing it. And I wish there was a way to do that without all of this. Because we've got law officers that don't want this. We got businesses that don't want it because of the safety in the workplace. And I can tell you, we got a lot of moms and dads. We got a lot of teachers. They don't want this either. But we'll fix it because we don't want to put people in jail. And we think it hurts certain communities, and I'm not arguing that it does or doesn't. I hate this stuff around addiction and substances that do this to people. I hate it. I hate it because it consumes me. And I think I'm meant to be here in this time of my life to talk about this. And if I don't, in honor of my son, then I have failed. I think it was last week we were out on the front of the Capitol here, and you might have seen a demonstration. There was a Native American, I don't know if I forgot what it was called, and I'm sorry about this. It was the memories of folks, and to the folks that might be watching that did that, they did a wonderful job, and my son had a sign out there and had a picture, and it was a beautiful thing, and there was, I think, there must have been 100, 200 of them out there. And I think her name was Linda Eagle, was our person who made us start speaking. Linda Eagle, one of the leaders in one of the Native communities, and Lieutenant Governor was there as well. And I spoke after Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, and but what Linda Eagle did was she had everybody kind of shut their eyes for a minute and try to remember the loved ones that we lost. Remember them, and she did a beautiful job talking about, now look at their eyes, and you just look at their eyes and look at their mouth. You can see it, and she was literally bringing us right there, and she did a really good job, I think, opening up this moment for everybody to feel our loved one. And again, I felt Dan. I really did it. There was a spirit there. And it was there. Again, I could hear Dan opening the door, coming into the door. Hey, Dad, how you doing? How your kids always do the same thing all the time. You hear that again. I do remember how he smelled. He had a good smell. It was a hug. It was a hard hug. It was a solid hug. And I remember those things. And I just know that we can do better. I wish we could do better with this stuff. I wish that we wouldn't have to work so hard to move the needle a little at a time and a little at a time and a little at a time. And then all of a sudden we come through this progressive thing. We got to legalize cannabis because too many people are sitting in jail because of this. And I'm just telling you, I'm scared to death, members. I'm scared. And a lot of people out there should be scared. If you have young children, Representative Davis just had a beautiful little baby. I'm just worried about my grandson, Jackson. I'm worried for your little children because now we're going to have dispensaries all over the place. And the folks that have been struggling with alcoholism tell me when they drive by a liquor store, that's a trigger. That is actually a trigger. I did not know until I got into it with them. But that's a trigger. So now we're going to have a bunch of dispensaries with green little flower plants and things that make you want to come in and say hi. It's just, that's what we're going to do. Because people are standing in line in these small little communities right now waiting to get their license. I already see it in my district. So, you know, you guys won. It's happening. I understand. But to all the Minnesotans out there, and all the families that are struggling and hurting, and the families that are trying to help their loved ones right now, just know that we can do better than this. And, you know, I did the example just a few minutes ago when I said we're doing what the pharmaceutical companies were doing with opioids. They thought they were going to help a problem. They they were going to help the pain issue by giving these extended release opioids called Oxycontin, and this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. They convinced everybody this is going to be safe, it's safer, it's non-addictive. And like I said, we're doing the same thing right now, and what Purdue didn't do is they didn't see what was happening. They didn't want to look at what was happening, but what it was happening, and they didn't stop and pull it back inside and try to look at what in the world are we doing. Because once this goes out the door, there is no stopping it. The dispensaries will be up, the businesses will be going, and then we turn into, we have to support our small businesses. So anyway, the Department of Health doesn't lie. It's 70% of our young people are addicted at the first time with marijuana. I can tell you this, that it was never public, I don't think it was public, but former Commissioner Malcolm hated this bill. If you think this is a good public health bill, you're kidding yourself. I don't know what the current commissioner thinks about this. I assume probably not crazy about this. This is not a good health bill, people. But you solve the issue of the criminalization thing. But you're gonna do a lot of damage after you pass this bill, and when you start high-fiving people at the end of the day, be careful, because you're gonna be hurting me a lot if you're getting too excited about this. It's hard. So just understand there's a lot of folks right now that want us to be careful about this and just understand there's two sides to this. And I urge members that are on the fence, think about the safety part of this, because you can't go back on this. And I know you all know people that have lost people, and they will tell you, err on the side of safety, err on the side for the kids, because this is going to hurt a lot of kids. I love you, Dan. I miss you, and I'm doing everything I can to let people know that this is scary stuff. This is really scary. So, thank you, members. I know where it's going, and I understand it. But this is scary, and this is not good. This is not good for Minnesota.
Further discussion on the repassage of House File 100 as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I never really was interested in, alcohol or smoking and stuff when I was a kid. College, I got talked into going to a Friday afternoon thing and having, most of a fifth of Southern Comfort and about 14 beers, and I got sick, and I said I didn't see what was into it. But I never judged other people for their habits. In my late 20s, we'd go out and do stuff, and they'd come around for last call, and my friends would say, they'd ask, well, does he want to drink? And my friends would say, he doesn't drink. It wasn't a problem, because we're all different individuals. Some people may have issues with different things. And I do know from genomics and other stuff that some people metabolize alcohol and other drugs and things differently. And they have to realize to be careful. So if a problem for you might not be a problem for them, but something that's not a problem for you could be a problem for them. We're all individuals and different. And when we do a bill like this, we always, look to our personal experiences, but we need to be broader than that and try to understand the multiple different experiences and people that could be affected. Years ago, I started pushing, if you have a scheduled drug and they detect any of it, you're guilty of DUI. And I firmly think that we should be looking at tests and limits for all the different things that you could get a DUI for. And so I've had those bills because we really ought to know. And former Chair Mariani, former member, he liked that. He used part of that for his marijuana. The bill went through his committee because he realized that we ought to be proactive to avoid problems and issues. And part of that is, well, we should have 6, 8, 10 years ago started to look into what would be the under the influence limit for a bunch of different things that we don't have. We ought to have started looking at the different tests and gotten our different agencies and departments to understand what the science was, what the information was, and be prepared. There are some states that are testing with this process or that process. There really isn't a fixed one. I just wish this bill had looked at what we ought to do and help set that up and integrate it in the process so we can avoid issues that are out there. And, frankly, I've talked to a lot of people that were teenagers in the 60s. And some stuff went on there. And they had good input about how to avoid problems. Because either they or some of their friends had issues. And that should have been the first step. Instead of getting all excited, we're going to do this legalization, is the first step is to make sure we don't have more mistakes and issues than we're going to have. Because as it's been stated, there are going to be some problems coming from this. And we should have prepped, and we should have had a great deal of discussion and research, not on should we, but what happens if we do. If I don't agree with a bill, the first thing I do besides, hey, we ought not do this, is what happens if we did do this? And I don't think that we have inputted that what-if scenario and put in, if you want to say guardrails, whatever, I just think it's appropriate preparation. I was a teenage boy, and I did silly, stupid things when I was a teenage guy. And part of it was high school. Maybe it was different people I was with. But a lot of it I didn't know, and I learned from mistakes. And we owe our youth to try and help prevent those mistakes. And I just wish this bill had been less about the excitement of we're going to do it this year and more about we're going to be ready and do the best we can. Winning doesn't always mean you won if it causes something to happen you miss. And frankly, I can't tell a story better than a parent that had a child. But I always wonder, what if the neighbor kids, what happened to them? So look about the community, look about the people you interact with, and worry about them before you go forward. I wish and hope that we spent more time or do spend more time on this, because after the fact, it really hurts, especially if you voted and enabled it. So I don't think it's the level it needs to be. So I'm going to be a no. But I'm not going to judge you for voting yes. The judging or the results or the grading will come in the years after something like this passes and the results. I'm just asking that you help make those results better. Thank you.
Further discussion to the repassage of House File 100 is amended by conference. I recognize the member from Meeker, Representative Gilman.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Thanks so much for this conversation tonight. I'd like to talk a little bit about the cannabis grower grants. Just digging more into this bill, I'm reading the word grant and I'm reading the word revolving loan, different things like that, and I'm just wondering if the author of the bill would yield to a question, please.
Representative Stevenson will yield to a question. Representative Gilman.
Thank you so much, Speaker. So in looking at this, it looks like $1 million each year is transferred into the Can Grow revolving loan account established. In reading more into it, I'm just curious, is it a loan or grant? And if you could just expound a little bit on that, because it looks like it could go then to a nonprofit that's established. And there's certain criteria around that. So I'm just looking at more information around that. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Gilman. This section, and I think you're talking specifically about Can Grow. So that is a program that we established under the bill. You're correct in the appropriation amount. There is a revolving loan portion of the bill, or piece of this. They can do loans. There are also technical assistance grants available under this section of the bill. So it's kind of a both. And you can see as you go further down, there is some reporting requirements that is in subdivision 8 of that section.
Representative Gilman.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And I just couldn't hear that last little part. It's in which section again?
You're asking if Representative Stevenson will yield to a question?
Yes.
He will yield, Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I said subdivision 8. This is the reporting requirements. It says that if a not-for-profit corporation receives the grant, they have to submit an annual report by January 15th that has a bunch of detail about what they've done, description of the agricultural business supported by the grant program, account of any loans made, and then paragraph 2 talks for an independent audit that's required. And then paragraph B below that talks about a report back to the legislature so that we can keep tabs on this program as well. But it's subdivision 8 that contains the reporting requirements that you're looking for.
Representative Gilman.
Okay, thank you so much for clarification on that. And again, as we've talked throughout this session about just taxpayer dollars, and now also these programs and nonprofits, and the things that are going to have to be set up in order to have accountability. And I'm just grateful to have a little bit more clarity on that. Again, I've had folks, reach out and go, how can I get started with this? And it sounds like there are some guardrails in place here. But as this program gets rolling, curious when you talk about it coming back to the legislature, is that on a biannual basis, just on an annual basis, or I just was wondering if you could yield to a question on that as well.
Representative Stevenson will yield. Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Gilman. Paragraph B says that it's annual. So it says by February 15th, 2024, so next year, and then on February 15th, every February 15th thereafter, a report has to be submitted and it is going to the Agriculture Committee here and in the Senate. And you need to talk about how the money's being used and also measures of success towards helping farmers start to participate in the industry, and also detail the grants issued. It's also worth saying that I think that there's broader grant accountability measures that are in Chair Cleavorn's bill that would apply to not just these can grow grants, but generally. We are also concerned about accountability, and it's in this bill, and it's also in the state government finance bill.
Representative Gilman.
All right, I think that helps me understand that a little bit more. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Further discussion on the repassage of House File 100 as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Wright, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, members that have been here a little while will remember Representative Rod Hamilton.
Oh no, there is, let's see.
And unfortunately, Rod couldn't run again because he has MS, and he really struggled his last term here. And during his retirement speech, he talked about something very personal to him. He talked about that he had applied to get medical marijuana because he thought it would help him with his condition. Now, I don't recall that he actually ever got the marijuana, but what he did find out is that he became a prohibited person from his Second Amendment rights, from possessing or purchasing any firearms. Now, we've not talked about that at all tonight. I didn't serve on the committees that this bill came through, but this is a huge problem. And whatever we say here, it does not matter. You can write whatever you want in this law, and it doesn't mean a hill of beans. Do you want to know why? Because according to 18 U.S. Code 922, Unlawful Acts, paragraph G, section 3, it is unlawful for addicted or controlled substance, and it has the whole list of it. So it's still obviously federally prohibited. Schedule 1, I believe. It's still federally prohibited. There are still, as of right now, there are cases going through the federal courts right now about whether or not it is unconstitutional to remove someone's Second Amendment rights because they've been found in possession of marijuana. That is going through the courts right now. Let me just tell you where it even started. So February 6th of 23, this year, February 6th of this year, this is from a news report, and it says, a federal law prohibiting marijuana users from possessing firearms is unconstitutional, a federal judge in Oklahoma has concluded. So in Oklahoma, a federal judge found this federal law prohibiting marijuana users from possessing firearms as unconstitutional. Then, in March 6th of this year, 23, the U.S. government decided that they were going to appeal that ruling. So it's being appealed. Biden's administration is appealing the ruling, saying that no, it really should be. If you are found in possession of marijuana, you absolutely should lose your Second Amendment rights. That is what Biden's administration is saying right now. He is appealing it right now. Then, April 11th of this year, April 11th, another federal judge in Texas said that they agreed with the federal judge in Oklahoma that the national ban on gun possession, I'll read that again, the national ban on gun possession by cannabis consumers is a violation of the Second Amendment. And the Biden administration is appealing both of those rulings. This is not settled. It's going to go to the Supreme Court. One might surmise that legalizing marijuana is a backdoor to take your guns away. I'm not saying that, but many people have said that. Let's just think about that just for a minute. It's already happened to one of our own members. One of our very own members who was here, how many years? What, 16 years? I don't know exactly, but it was quite a long time. One of our very own members who applied and didn't even receive medical marijuana, just the mere application of getting medical marijuana in the state of Minnesota made him a prohibited person federally. And you can say whatever you want in the Minnesota law, it doesn't mean a hill of beans. Because guess what's happening on July 1st? Anybody know what's happening on July 1st besides this is going to roll into law, and a lot of people are going to be caught off guard because they're going to lose their Second Amendment rights. But there's something even bigger happening. So if you don't think the federal government's going to find out that you have been possessing or purchasing or growing marijuana, think again, because on July 1, FedNow rolls out. And if you don't know what FedNow is, you better get to know it quick. Because every single time you use a check, every single time you use a credit card, that transaction is going to go through FedNow, then to whoever, like Amazon or your bank. It's the in-between between you and Amazon and your bank. And FedNow is going to know every single transaction that you make electronically, every single one. You don't think they're going to be looking for marijuana transactions? The Biden administration is already appealing the ruling, saying, no, it is federally prohibited. It is constitutional that we take your constitutional right away. If you're in possession of marijuana, we will take your Second Amendment rights away. That is what is happening right now. And if you don't think it's going to happen, then I've got a bridge on the other side of the world to sell you. This is real and this is serious. And anybody listening at home, you better be shaking in your boots, because if you're going to do this, you're going to sign up, I'm going to be a licensed whatever. Oh my goodness, there's so many licenses in this bill. A cannabis cultivator, a cannabis manufacturer, a cannabis retailer, a cannabis wholesaler, a cannabis transporter, cannabis testing facility, a cannabis micro business, a mezzo business, a cannabis event organizer, a cannabis delivery service, a medical cannabis business. And as of July 1, the feds are going to know every single transaction that you make. Every single one. You don't think they can connect the dots, really? They could do it in a second if they wanted to. And you know that they will. You know they will because the Department of Justice, Biden's Department of Justice, is already appealing the federal court ruling out of Oklahoma and out of Texas. If this doesn't shake you to your core, then you're not awake. And I know we've been doing late nights, and this has been stressful on all of us. We've been putting in 16-hour days with very little sleep, and our poor staff has been doing even worse. They've been getting even less sleep and even working longer hours. But if this doesn't shake you to your core, you're not listening, you're not paying attention. This might be the one most devastating thing that we're going to do to Minnesotans this year. You're just going to say, oh, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Go ahead and take it. Sure, okay. What, and then in a month, and 6 months, and a year, and 2 years, and 3 years, what? You are a prohibited person. Members, if you have any inkling at all that you think that the Biden administration is not going to do that, then please vote yes. Vote yes. But if you care about your Second Amendment rights, you have to vote no on this bill. This is terrifying stuff.
Further discussion on the repassage of House File 100 is amended by conference. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Whitty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Stevenson, I appreciate you've taken a lot of thought, work, brought it through numerous committees. I always think there is always that human side of this piece. We've done a lot of discussion here, and we will find out what the effects it will be on the state of Minnesota. But I know you've worked really hard to kind of close some of them, and including Representative West, so I appreciate that. I do have public safety concerns. Legalizing recreational marijuana creates a host of public safety issues. No roadside sobriety tests currently exist. In states that have legalized recreational marijuana, the rate of fatal car crash rose by 4% according to the 2022 Insurance Institute for Highway Safety study. I was a former team leader of crisis negotiation on our SWAT team for 16 years. We got called to crises all the time. And you go to the crisis, it'd be really chaotic, out of control. And you try to get them to a reasonable level where you could convince them how to end the situation. Unfortunately, when people are either intoxicated or high on drugs, their thought processes are very diminished. And it does create a lot of big issues for law enforcement. I'm going to state, I read an article recently that came out, was sent to me by one of my neighbors in Lakeville. It was a Bloomberg article, and it deals with heavy marijuana use increases schizophrenia in men, the study finds. And this was a new study out of Denmark, has the most disturbing findings yet about the link between cannabis and schizophrenia. Cannabis now causes up to 1 in 4 cases of newly diagnosed schizophrenia in young men. What is schizophrenia? Best known symptoms are paranoia and hallucinations, but the illness also damages motivation, even reduces overall intelligence, and people with schizophrenia are at a high risk of committing violence. The study suggests that the United States, which has a much higher cannabis use than Denmark. In 2021, 11% of American young adults reported daily cannabis use, up from 6% a decade earlier. There has been an explosion in homelessness, disorder, violence in American cities, most notably in the West Coast cities where cannabis was first legalized, and is that a mere coincidence? The one part that I do get concerned about is 2 pounds at your house. When you have teenagers or young adults, this can be the gateway to stronger drugs. And our kids, in maybe the past, would go into the liquor cabinet and take a little bit. But now they can go into their parents' pot drawer and take some and use that. So I said you take the human side of this, we'll see where this all goes. I'm going to share a story. One night I was on patrol, and we got a call of a son that was in their bedroom, and he ended up committing suicide. And I was a sergeant, showed up, and I always tried to make that connection with the family. And one of the things about it is the death scenes can be very difficult and traumatic to see. So I took the parents and the family members down in the kitchen area, and one of the things they kept saying is remember how they live. Remember how they were. And I remember looking at that mom who was so emotional because she was the one who found their son, and she just looked up. And she said, I wish you would have known him before the demons of the drugs took over. He was a great athlete, cheerful, always walking, just the life of the party. Unfortunately, that family experienced a lot of pain. And I'm afraid with us moving a little quickly on this and maybe not taking the first step to the next step, we might be missing out on what the human part of this might be. So please vote no for the public safety of all Minnesotans. Thank you.
Further discussion to the repassage of House File 100 is amended by conference. I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'm going to ask you to vote against this for a public safety reason. Representative Whitty told you what happens with the families. I've seen it myself. Studies have shown that use of marijuana by adolescents and young adults causes schizophrenia, and that also causes suicide. It's unfortunate. I've had to deal with families, bringing them notification of the loss of their loved one. That's one side of it. Representative O'Neill talked about the new program that comes out in July when this bill goes into effect, I believe. And what that can do with the federal government, knowing everything that we do, any transaction you make. And I hope somebody is willing to take that to court as an infringement on our freedoms. But another thing I'm going to talk about is the safety on our streets and roads. We don't really know what the level of THC in a person's body, how it affects them. When law enforcement stops somebody for DWI, they might have marijuana, they might have methamphetamine, they might have cocaine, they might have ethanol, but if they're drinking, they only test for alcohol. So we don't know what those other things do. Unfortunately, this bill doesn't give a level for THC in the system if you're driving. And that makes a problem. I remember many years ago, I had to go to a car crash, and the individual just started using and was using K2 right after it came out, so it was not on the list of banned substances. He didn't know who he was. He didn't know where he was. He could hardly walk. Was he impaired? Absolutely. But we were not able to charge him because he was using a legal substance at the time. But the only thing we could get him for is reckless driving. Didn't affect anything except for his family and the family of the person that he missed by inches that was walking along the side of the road. Thankfully, he wasn't hit and was not hurt. So what's missing in this bill? Any type of level of THC to make it illegal to drive. I was doing some snooping on the internet today, and many of the states that have legalized marijuana, they have a limit in their bill and in their state of how much you can have in your system and still drive. It ranges from 2 to 7 nanograms. Most of them are at 5. So because of the way this bill is written, nothing to deal with that. We're going to have people that are high on marijuana driving and not being able to do much about it. It's a big concern. The study they did in Colorado, before they even did recreational marijuana, found out an increase in traffic-related deaths due to marijuana. They found an increase of use in juveniles and minors before it was recreational. And we know that it does harm them, cause schizophrenia and other issues. And those other issues lead to suicide. We really need to think about what we do before we do things for political reasons. And that's all that this bill is. But I'm also going to turn to another issue. Earlier this week, or was it or last week, all the days are blending together this time of year, we passed the public safety bill out of this House and sent it to the governor with universal background checks. Which means if I want to loan my rifle to let a new hunter in my hunting party that's not a relative of mine use that rifle, I have one of two choices. Be at his stand every morning and every night the minute the season opens, a half hour before and a half hour after sunset, to be able to take possession of my rifle back, or I have to do a transfer to his father to deal with it. Now, I was busy this afternoon looking up, and I printed out the firearms application to purchase or transfer. And there's some things you have to do on it and answer some questions. And at the end, after going through all those restrictions, it says, after reading the above restrictions, I state to the best of my knowledge and belief that I am not prohibited by law from possessing a firearm. And you sign it. And then you also have to sign it again. I hereby affirm that the information provided is correct upon penalty of perjury and prosecution and or violation of any permit issued. One thing that is on here, on this form, is one of the requirements is if you've used any substance that's banned under Minnesota Chapter 152. But if you read in the heading, it also states the legal basis for the restriction may be found in federal law, 18 U.S. Code, subsection 922. And if you look up section 922, it says it is not, when you go through the stuff, to possess a firearm, you testify that you are not an unlawful user of an addicted or any controlled substance as defined in Section 102 of the Controlled Substance Act, which marijuana is located. So, if you want to purchase or transfer a firearm, fill out this form and sign it, pick up your firearm, you've just committed a federal felony. 5 to 8 years in federal prison. But I think that's a game that we want to play, that you're after. So people cannot exercise their Second Amendment right. And now we have the tracking form to see if you buy it. That's going into effect in July. So if you try to buy a firearm and you sign this thing, this form, and they go check to see if you've purchased any marijuana and it shows up, guess what? You've committed a federal felony. And I hope the people at home that are listening to this, they hear that. There's a lot of other issues I have in this bill and a lot of concerns. If you talk to Representative Novotny, Representative Grossel, or Representative Whitty, they'll probably also confirm that when law enforcement does search warrants for other narcotics, you always find the marijuana. That's where it usually starts. It doesn't start out with meth, doesn't start out with fentanyl, doesn't start out with LSD or heroin. It generally starts with alcohol or marijuana. And what we found out a little bit ago from Representative Baker, it's usually marijuana. If you're concerned about our kids, vote no on this. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be brief. I will compliment the chair, and he's not sitting in his chair. I don't know where he is. But anyway, oh, he's in the back. I will say that the chair did a fine job, and I may have a question, so stand by. But he got his bill through the process, and I was a partner in helping him get another bill through the process that was difficult. So kudos to you for getting the job done. A lot of the members have brought some of the concerns that I have brought, both in state government finance and ways and means and privately in conversations with you. So you heard from our law enforcement people that some of those problems are still very, very deep concerns. Representative O'Neill stole my conversation around the Second Amendment issue. And I know you tried, but that's still a federal issue and it's not going to go away. But I want to talk about the process as it relates to people who are not quite with you on this. And I have brought multiple concerns, and I talked about it here on the floor and in committee. And I want to just talk about to some of the supporters that are doing this, and perhaps some of our folks here at the Capitol that are egging them on. I got several emails, one from a person in my district that said, "I can't believe you're my representative. I wish you would shut the hell up and die." I thought that was a little aggressive. Some people might feel that way on a regular basis, you never know. But I want to say to the people who are watching this debate at home that just because we raise valid questions, and the chair has always said, Representative Nash, your question is valid. I recognize that there's need for local control. I recognize that there is an issue that we have to get to as it relates to roadside tests or the banking aspect or the Second Amendment part. So let me just set the record straight for so many who wish to demonize anybody who says that we are not quite there. If you wanted to call me and ask me why I voted no, I'll give you my phone number. I publish it to the internet, for God's sakes. I'm easy to get a hold of. But when you have a set of supporters who want to say, shut the hell up and die, is that what are we going to cheer for that later? Are we going to cheer when that happens? Yes? Okay, I don't know who said yes. That's also alarming that somebody over there would say yes. I just want you to think about it for a minute, and I'm glad I didn't have to go after Representative Baker because I don't know that I could have, but there are a lot of problems that are still in existence on this bill. You have not solved them. You cannot tell me that Representative Baker's concerns are not valid. I still have great problems with the fact that there are no opt-outs. And I'd crafted an amendment that was incredibly tight. And it said, yes, we know you'll still have to enforce all the rules. Yes, we know you'll still have to take care of all the things that come into existence in the law, but you never afforded anybody the opportunity to opt out. Enforcement is still there. All the rules that you're putting in place are there, but you chose not to let a city who may not want to have a shop to do that. You've denied them that opportunity. And for those who howl at the idea of Jim Nash taking away your local control with one amendment on housing, I want you to own this one. You said on local control, stuff it. And maybe somebody now wants me to shut up and die on that one, but here's the deal, guys. For as much as you think this is a fantastic bill, that's transformational, that's a word that gets used a lot, there are still a lot of glaring holes that are here in this. And yet, so many are so excited. I'm sure that there will be a fairly cloudy day in St. Paul when this gets signed. And it won't be because of a meteorological cloud. And whether it's in Seattle in a boat or somewhere here in St. Paul, you need to think about the fact that you missed a lot of steps. And again, I would say to your supporters, temper your anger at those of us that raise valid questions. Because that's the job of the people that are here. We are elected to ask questions. I'm sort of on this issue, but Representative Bierman, I will give you a great compliment. You and I talked about your bill, and we had a discussion where we disagreed. Chair Cleaver and I disagree on a regular basis, but we have an honest, frank conversation, and neither of us wishes the other would die and go away. So as you get emails from your supporters, and I would love if the person who sent that to me would, stop by. Let's sit down for a beer. I think you've missed a lot of steps. You've heard from a lot of people who are experts in their field. Representative Farr has probably forgotten more about banking than any one of you will ever know. It's okay. We don't need to worry about that banking stuff. It's just fine. We have a bevy of police officers that have raised concerns. It's okay, they don't really know what they're talking about. We've fixed that in the bill. It's going to be okay. You pat us on the head. For those of us that have been in elected officials in other roles, no, you don't really know what you're talking about. You're so cute. Go away. You've heard Representative Baker, who has lived something that I hope none of us ever have to live. Ever. Only God knows what you're texting back and forth to each other over some of our testimony over here. There will be consequences to your bill that you cannot architect out of reality with an added statute or an added provision or a new subdivision or a couple of lines here and there. It's not going to go away. So for those that would like me to die and go away, guess what? I'm feeling really good and I'm not going anywhere. But tonight, I'm voting no.
I recognize the member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to just thank Representative Baker for sharing his story, for sharing your journey. It's a difficult one. But I also want to thank you for sharing your words of caution, words of danger, because those are very valid. It kind of exemplifies all of us, especially when you're younger, hearing about things that could happen and think it'll never happen to us. Oh, it'll never happen to us. I know there's 10% chance or 20% chance, but that's not going to happen to us. We are dealing with something that we just don't know. We don't know how it impacts people 100% of the time. It's not like the history of alcohol where we have that. I want to talk a little bit about something that in transportation, in which when we heard it in transportation, we have to deal with it in two different levels, both the state level as well as the federal level. CDL drivers have to abide by federal law. School bus drivers have to abide by federal law. Even buses in in public transit and train operators have to abide by that federal law, which is now going to be different than the state law. And it's going to be challenging in order to maintain that. What I want to do, I think, more than anything else, is just to remind the public that are listening, those that haven't tried it or maybe want to try it when it becomes legal, says, oh, this is a great. If you have a license for any of those things I just talked about, or vulnerable adults, remember that THC and marijuana react differently to everybody, that the amount of time it takes to get out of your body changes for everybody, and that you could jeopardize your license and your livelihood by partaking of it. So be very careful. This is not something that you should take lightly. There are examples in which a drug test or some other test could actually record THC levels as much as a month away. So if you're thinking, well, it's like alcohol, you get a little high, a little drunk one night, by the next day it's pretty much all gone away. That's not true. The body metabolizes it differently. And so these are challenges that we haven't really talked about that are concerns. And so we've tried to play around with it, and I know Representative Stevenson has tried to figure out some of those loopholes and some of those others. But the point is that in regards to those industries that are controlled by federal law will preempt it and preempt what we're doing here. And so it's going to make a very big nightmare for people to try to figure out whether or not they're inebriated or not. And I know in regards to driving and so forth, there are drug evaluators that are supposed to be trained and stay monitored in order to determine whether or not you're intoxicated with marijuana, because we don't really know what levels of THC can impact people and make you actually inebriated and in a danger to be on the road. We have drug dogs that have been now trained to detect marijuana. That now will have to be, I guess they can't be untrained, so there may have to be some other changes for drug dogs as well in that particular sector. So law enforcement in regards to public safety and transportation have great concerns about this particular program. So again, I'm going to caution all of those that think, hey, marijuana is legal now, I can go out and try it. If you have any of those licenses and jobs that I've indicated before, be aware. Be aware, and I'm giving you a warning, be aware that you have the possibility of losing that license, and understand what are the consequences and what really are you gaining from participating in smoking of that marijuana. Is it really going to help your life? Is it productive, et cetera? All the things that we should all be thinking about as we get older. As I said earlier, when we're younger, we think we are invincible. We think we can do a lot of things and not have to worry about it. As we get older, we understand the ramifications. Please heed the warnings and just take my caution seriously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on the repassage of House File 100 as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Carlton, Representative Dotseth.
Thank you, fellow chair. I'm shocked here. We're in the dark of hours at night, and it's the 18th tonight. Is that correct? My understanding, we were supposed to be done with session on the 18th. We haven't completed our budget. We've got a $17.5 billion plus surplus that poof, gone up in smoke. We've got nursing homes that are needing funding. We've got our seniors that are struggling, looking for relief on their Social Security tax. Surplus. I've heard about give it back. We haven't seen anything given back yet. And yet we're here talking about weed on the 18th when we don't even have a budget done. I could go through all, I'm a real long talker. I know most of you know that, so I can really go a long time here. Just kidding. We could go over the issues of the public safety issues, the issues about the black market, about how that isn't going to increase. Well, it's going to increase. We can get into the issues of secondhand smoke. I think that was brought up in Commerce. I'm going to ask, is the author of the bill available for a question? You'll do a question.
Representative Stevenson will yield to a question. Representative Dotseth.
Thank you, fellow chair. I've got 2 grandchildren, and that's a concern I've got is my children and my grandchildren. And the question I would have is if someone of adult age comes into a school parking lot, can they legally bring in the legal amount of marijuana pot in their car?
Representative Stevenson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Dotseth. So we adopted an open container or an analogous provision to open container saying that you can't have cannabis open in your car the same way you couldn't have an open beer in your car. We are not allowing consumption in a motor vehicle of any kind, so parked or moving, you cannot consume cannabis in your car. But could you have in your trunk a cannabis product? You could. Could you use it or certainly not transfer it, sell it? That is not allowable on school properties.
Representative Dotseth.
So I'm hearing you say is yes, they actually can have it in their car as long as it's contained in the car in the space of the car. Would that be a correct response? Will the author yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Stevenson.
Mr. Speaker, I think that if you had a person who had under the legal limit, so under 2 ounces in public, that was in a sealed container in the trunk of a car in a school parking lot without any effort to give it to anyone else, transfer it to anyone else, just in the trunk, yes, I do believe that that would be legal the same way if you had a case of beer in the trunk of your car in a school parking lot. That's not illegal.
Representative Dotseth.
Thank you, fellow chair. Yeah, I can't see where that could go wrong there, but I appreciate your response on that. That's a concern I've got is we're going too fast. I've seen a session this year where we bring through bills that are lightning speed, and we're not thinking them through all the way. I think we could do legislation right, and I think our constituents, what are we representing, 43,500 people in our districts, expect us to do legislation right. And that's all I ask is that this just go back and we look at doing it right. And I know there's been a lot of work, so I'm not going to condemn the work that you put into this bill, but I think I remember hearing a few years back when we were talking about medical marijuana and the importance of that, and a lot of people said, well, that's where it's going to stop, is with medical marijuana. We need to have medical marijuana. And I thought, you know what, that might be something that might be reasonable. The concern I've got is now we're looking at legalized pot. What's next? Where are we going? What's next with this? Where's the agenda going after the agenda? I guess I just ask that we think this through and just say no. Thank you, fellow chair.
Further discussion on the repassage of House File 100 is amended by conference. I recognize the member from Pine, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and or Speaker, Mr. Speaker. I had no intention of talking on this bill. Some people give me a hard time because of my hair, thinking I should be legalizing it. I've heard a lot of the arguments around it, listened to a lot of them. HF100 last year, HF100 this year. And, most of you know that I farm, and I used to have a dairy farm, and we'd have different people help on that, employees, and I was in need of an employee one time, and I knew of a neighbor that needed didn't know him real well, but I knew he needed some employment. And so I went and he stopped by and asked if he could help cut wood. It's January, snow was getting deep, and I was behind on cutting wood, and I said, sure. And he said, I just want to be upfront with you. I've had a little brush with the law, as I got to know him more, I found out it was a much bigger brush with the law than maybe he first let on. But he became a good friend. He had a lot of struggles. But, milking cows, there's a lot of downtime that you're busy, but you can carry on conversations. You learn a lot about an individual. You learn how much he cares about his nieces and nephews and his daughter. And, there were days I knew he was struggling. And he told me, he's like, I started smoking weed when I was a teenager, because it's affected me a lot. I knew it affected him. It struggled with his mental health. It wasn't, he had his good days, his bad days. He had his good weeks, his bad weeks. And he worked for me about 4 years. Like I said, we became friends. And then it got to be a bad month. He couldn't drive, didn't have a license. I'd pick him up, drop him off. And one morning I was taking him home after milking cows, doing the chores. And I said, Brad, I can't have you working for me anymore. I had been taking, my dad and I were working together, we were partners, and we'd give him rides to treatment. He'd do good for a while. But it got to the point where I said, Brad, we've got to have a change. I can't be doing this. And understandably, he was pretty upset when I told him, we've got to change. Can't have you working here anymore. He kind of went off the deep end. Got to spend some time in the county. Went through some treatment. And about a year later, he calls me up. And he says, hey, I'm gonna be around up at my dad's next weekend. I'm wondering if I can stop by and say hi. My guts wanted to say no. But I said, yeah, just stop on out. Let's chat. So he stops out, and he's looking as good as I've seen him probably ever look. He was clean, he was doing well, he was holding down a job. We chatted for probably 2 hours. And it was a friend of his that was driving him, and he stopped, and we're almost done chatting, and he's like, hey, he says, before I go, he says, I got to apologize to you. He says, all the time you were taking me to treatment, you were helping me out. He says, I was using that whole time. He goes, and I was lied to you. He goes, and I was lying to you. He goes, you knew it. He goes, I couldn't pull the wool over your eyes. He said, but you he said, you were there and you helped me. He said, I needed that. He goes, you don't realize how much you helped me in that time. And he goes, and there's been some rough times, but he says, I'm doing good now. And after that, he'd call me up periodically. I'd call him up, maybe it'd go a couple weeks, a month. And at this point, he's not employed by me. He's, living elsewhere in the state. But anytime he'd call me up, I'd see Brad on the phone. I'd answer it. And I always knew what his greeting was going to be. Hey, boss. It'd been 3 or 4 years since he'd worked for me. But it was always, hey, boss. and we'd chat. Sometimes it was a few minutes, sometimes it was an hour and a half. I always knew when he was doing well because he would talk, he wouldn't mention that he was doing good. He'd talk about work, do other things. When he was struggling, he'd say, "Oh, I'm doing real good." I just, a little bit now and then. But overall, I'm good. And, those times in the barn when you're spending a couple hours together milking cows, sometimes my kids would be around there and, they started to understand that, Brad had some struggles. And he would warn them. He's like, "Zeb, Leah, Ruth, Esther, Johanna, don't ever use it. Don't ever start." He said, "This is a demon. This is something that I fight." He's, "I can't get rid of it." And it affected him. He worried about my kids. He worried about his daughter. He worried about his nieces and nephews. Didn't want them to take the same path he did. And I've heard the theories and the arguments of whether it'll be good or bad, or that maybe it won't change for youth. But here's somebody that I saw firsthand how it affected him. And how it was a gateway. Because when there was times that he couldn't get, weed was his drug of choice, but if he couldn't get weed, it was something else. And about a year ago, he was back in treatment again. And we talked a few times over the summer. There were days that were good, days that were bad. And he'd come out, he wanted to have a little bit, he was back living up in my area. And he needed a little spending money. And I was a little worried about that because he would tell me, he goes, if I need money, it's for one reason, Nathan. It wasn't for food. It wasn't for housing. And he wanted a little spending money. But I told him, I said, "Brad," I said, "if you want to do some work, I'm not going to employ you. But you know what?" I said, I've got beef in the freezer. If you want to trade some work for some steaks, we can do that." And he was happy with that. And so he was out, just helping, and was looking forward to cutting some wood with me this winter. And the snow kind of got deep, and I got busy with session. I didn't think all that much about it. Talked to him a few days before Christmas. And it was snowy, it was gray, dreary. And talked to him, he's like, "Hey," he says, when you get a path plowed out to the woods, he said, "Let's go cut wood." And I said, "Let's do that." And right after Christmas, session starts, sworn in, hearing all the bill introductions, everything going on here. And And they got a call one day in the end of January. My mutual friend says, "Hey, did you hear Brad committed suicide yesterday?" I'd just gotten done with a committee meeting. I was sitting in my office. and it crushed me. If I'd have called him and cut wood, would that have made a difference? I don't know. I don't know if it had made a difference. But I knew then it was too late for me to help him. And again, I've heard the theories, I've heard the arguments. I see both sides. I do. But I'm worried about the unintended consequences here. I could fully support a decriminalization bill, 100%. But how many more people are going to be like Brad? I called up his dad later that afternoon and said, hey, I'm sorry to hear this. And we talked for a while, and he says, when I saw him, he said his dad was the one that found him. He said he just looked so peaceful. And he said he's had a lot of struggles, but he said it was the first time in a long time that I've seen him look peaceful. And it's something that I worry about. I do. Whether it's my kids, your nieces and nephews, I worry about them. And I think there's time to do some fixing on this. This is going to pass. It'll get signed into law. But I would urge you to vote red today. Vote red for Brad.
Further discussion on the repassage of House File 100 as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the discussion we've had here today. And I think, not to toot my own horn, but I would say one of my greatest assets is my empathy. And I really hear the stories that have been told, and I appreciate the sharing of those stories. I myself am very excited about this bill's passage. And one thing I would love to speak with folks about is the fact that when we think about people who have gone through some of these horrific things and experiences, who we lose, people we've lost, we need to recognize that we're picking and choosing those stories out of a huge population of individuals who are probably engaging in this behavior. A bit of a self-selecting population, if you will, when we're looking at who ends up in these really bad situations versus who is using cannabis recreationally. I think you will be surprised when this bill actually passes by how many people you know and respect who already use cannabis recreationally or who will use cannabis recreationally. I think that I've talked to people in other states where they have passed this, and they were shocked by the folks who they never expected to be people who were engaging in this and who were. So I want to remind folks that this is a celebration because this is monumental. The work that has been done on this bill is monumental, and not just because of legalization, and not just because of decriminalization, but because of all of the equity work that's been put into it. This is going to make a huge difference in people's lives. And I know we've talked about comparing it to Social Security tax, but think about how many people are trying to get housing, get jobs, who have a record, and this is directly impacting their ability to be contributing members to our society. We're going to expunge those records because the war on drugs was wrong, and we made a mistake, and now we're going to right that mistake. I want to make sure that when we're thinking about this bill, we're not just thinking about how it's going to be fun, but we're thinking about how the war on drugs disproportionately impacted so many people's lives for no real reason. And as I mentioned, it's going to be people that you would be surprised about. I know because I personally helped several members who were applying for the bar who had criminal records of marijuana in their history. And can you imagine going through law school and paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to go to law school and then realizing that maybe they won't be admitted to the bar because of being caught smoking marijuana in the past when they were in college? It's really terrifying, and it is impeding people's ability to move forward in their day-to-day lives. So for that reason, I am excited about this bill, and for that reason, I believe it's a celebration. I also truly believe in my heart that we have done our very best to make this an even-handed bill. And the reason I believe that is because I don't necessarily agree with everything that's in there. I think that there are parts of it that are too conservative, and that is what gives me comfort that we're actually moving in the right direction and taking the correct path, a middle ground that, you know, if I was chair of this, I probably wouldn't have. And but I appreciate Chair Stevenson's ability to find that middle ground. So while I recognize and I want to be empathetic to the stories that we're hearing across the aisle, I also want to recognize and know that we are not hearing the stories of people who were denied housing, of people who were turned away from jobs, of people who were not admitted to college or to graduate school because of these mistakes, I guess you could call them, because of their history. And we're going to fix that. And that's incredible. You want to talk about making an influence in people's lives? That is going to impact everyone's life. I'm willing to bet that you will all see benefits from this just because of the fact that you will be able to hire more people, that you will have access to better employees, that you will have access to tenants who are going to be phenomenal. All of these things contribute to our society and contribute to our communities, and the work that we've done in this bill is going to make us a better Minnesota. So I just want to thank the entire conference committee for the work that they've done. I want to thank everybody in this room for your stories and your experiences and sharing them with us. And I really do hope you press green today. Thank you.
Further discussion on the repassage of House File 100 is submitted by conference. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Selesnikar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I know it's been a long night, and I know that you're eager to move on with a yes vote. And first, I really want to say thank you to Representative Stevenson. I've asked many questions to you, and genuinely asked many questions. I've spent time with Representative Fraser on things that I've been passionate about expunging records to make sure that people had pathways to work. Before I was involved in this position, I helped people with probation offices for the last, I'd say, probably 15 years, helping them be able to have meaningful employment. And so that's the part that I would say is correct. There is some transformational pieces to the expungement of records that I support. And I've supported that before the cannabis, otherwise known as the pot bill. It's been a hard topic and one that I understand both sides of it. But to Representative Stevenson, I want to first say thank you for listening to the fact that I had a lot of concerns about local control. I had disagreements on the tax rate. I had concerns, and you listened. And you had a member from the Republican Party on the committee. And I think that's a sign of great leadership. And I think that you truly did work across the aisle, and I feel that way. And, you know, for me right now, where I'm at in this is I was hoping the amendment for the age 25 would be taken. And I say that because in Children and Families with Chair Pinto, we had a physician come in, I believe from Hennepin County Hospital, talk to us at our Children and Family. And I listened intently because he talked about ACE factors, I believe were the words. And these trigger things, and how the brain is not fully developed till 25. And as I've listened throughout session, I've learned from many people that the way our brain processes marijuana is different than how our body processes alcohol. And we have a lot of history in alcohol. And my heart breaks when I listen to, you know, Rep. Nelson and Rep. Baker share stories. And where they're isolated, I don't think they're isolated. I just think they ended in death. And we have a lot of mental health going on right now, so I fear for what this is going to do for kids. I've spent my life caring for seniors, so I was hoping 25 would be a compromise that I could have lived with 25. At 25, I feel like you are an adult, and every one of us in this room know high-functioning and productive people in society that are their choice is marijuana and somebody else is a margarita. And that's fine. But I've heard from teachers, they're very concerned. I've heard from the police. I've heard from the hospitals, from people in ER, from doctors. I appreciate the expungement of records. I appreciate that there was some talk on the ounces and all of this. My concern is still there's, 2 pounds, 8 plants. You can look at the research of how much marijuana that is in a house. It could be beyond what the actual felony level is for how much marijuana those 8 plants grow. I have some concerns on that. I have some concerns on the medical marijuana has been in place, and it's going to allow the expansion of more square footage. So you have 60,000 square feet for a medical marijuana place. Now you can have 30,000 square feet. And I can be corrected if I'm wrong. I think that's 90,000 square feet. But if somebody's going to start this new business, they have 15,000 square feet. So it sounds to me kind of like the thing that generally your side doesn't want is big pharma. And that's going to be that because the new people that are doing it have 15,000 square foot for their new business, and 90,000 is possible for the other business. So part of that makes me think the black market's going to be alive and well because there's going to be differences that will happen. The other part that concerns me on this is the fact that, and it's been talked about tonight, this social score, this social equity score. And I understand the intent, people that have been prosecuted for marijuana charges, that they would have first dibs on being able to be a grower, a farmer. But just now, when I was reading tonight even more, there's an article from New York that's talking about this, saying, New York, I think it's in the New York Post, the New York's legal weed experiment is going about as poorly as possible. And I looked at how they set theirs up, and it's mirroring this with this social equity score saying we didn't realize that we needed people that had entrepreneurial experience and business experience and what that was going to do. And so it's imploded in a large way in New York. And you can look that up for yourself, and you can make your own opinion, but this weighted social equity score, to the point that was made earlier that now somebody that was discharged from the National Guard, would be qualified, and I understand that was a good faith effort because they were likely discharged. But it puts everybody in a very difficult position because they made decisions that were what the rules were. At the end of the day right now, I think we're at a crossroads. It's transformational, yes. But I think there's a lot of unanswered questions. We have a hemp business. We had this thing all slide through last year where we have gummies, we have all these things. We have people saying kids are getting it, Skittles looks like this. We have issues going on where kids have ended up in ER. I know plenty of ER doctors, they say it's happening. They're coming to school, they don't know. The potencies are much higher. So we have a pathway right now in the hemp business. And I think we need more time. I think this is going live way too soon. And I think we're missing the boat on that piece. I think the potency of pot is what everybody mostly knows this as, is much higher today than it was even in the time I went to high school or college. And that's just fact. So, and what's available to kids? Am I going to change what happens today? No. This was a hard one for me because I want expungement of records. I've been working for that for decades right now. And so I've struggled in a ping-pong way with this whole vote. But I'm also a mom. I'm also a parent. And I know how hard parenting is going to be for many of you who are still raising young kids. Mine are older now. That whole hurdle's done. But it is a lot. You will have a lot of sleepless nights on many topics to come. And we don't need to give another one to the parents trying to raise their children and trying to do it. Can we prevent everything from happening? No. And the fact that we all know people that are doing it is fine, but we're all adults in this room. And that's a big difference. And I realize the argument that you can have marijuana at 21, this should be the same as alcohol's 21. But I think there's some pieces that are different with alcohol and marijuana. And yes, alcohol has killed plenty of people. And moderation is probably the key to success. But addiction is tricky. And for all of us in this room that have seen people with addictions or have lost people through drugs and alcohol, it is something we have to take with a heavy heart. So I have a heavy heart on this today because what we want to accomplish of expungement of records, I think, could happen. And not criminalizing this marijuana possession and use to the way it's been done without having it be legal at 21. And I know that there's several states, 31, but there's 31 states that have already decriminalized marijuana. There's not that many that have made marijuana legal. And I think it's important that we look at what we're trying to do. And with all these regulations, this marijuana bill, and I don't think Rep. Stevenson, it's not to his, he did a great job, but there's a lot of rules. There's a lot of mandates. I don't think at the end of the day we're going to see that it's cheaper than medical marijuana. I think it could be even more than that. I don't think it's going to be where people are going to seek that path because it's going to come down to costs. And then you look at the impairment of the public safety things. And next we're going to hear the Uber thing. And a piece with the Uber that was a big flag in my head is any doubling of those costs for transportation for people is going to be a bigger public safety risk for DWIs, DUIs, whether it's from marijuana or drinking, because people need to use this service, and if it doubles in cost, are we going to have more negative outcomes in public safety? Because transportation is what we've been educating everybody, get a ride. And the younger generation is much better at that, but if the price is double, people might take a chance they should never take, whether they're impaired from marijuana or they're impaired from alcohol. So I think we have a lot of crossroads. I want to see the questions that we've talked about with the bus drivers, and the fact is, too, the federal rule still trumps the state in the sense that there is it is not legal federally. So the question on the Second Amendment, I think, is a very valid one for people that want to be gun owners. It pretty clearly says you can't possess and be doing marijuana. So that's going to be up to people that want to have the right to bear arms, if they want to take that chance. But the law is pretty clear what it says. If you're in possession of marijuana, that is not part of gun ownership under the Second Amendment. And so that is a big piece. And the Biden administration is appealing this right now. It's going to go to the Supreme Court. That is just the way it is. It's not something that Natalie Zalesnikar made up. It's happening. And so with all those things in play, I think we need to hit the pause button. We have the hemp, we have the laws that went through last year. Let the other pieces play out in the sense of how we're going to do drug recognition and how we are going to make sure our schools and our kids are educated. I think the war on drugs is real, and now it's fentanyl and it's a million other things. And we got fentanyl in to have the same crime as heroin, which was a great thing to happen this year. But we have a serious issue with drugs. And I'm not an expert on it to say that one person's going to have a pathway to drugs from it or not. And I believe in people having the right to make decisions. But an adult and a child are two different things. And I think we have to make sure we're also protecting kids, protecting where they are, how close they are to schools, all those things that Rep. Stevenson considered. And I do appreciate that we have gotten the percentage up to 10% for the tax, so the local communities are going to have some of that tax revenue and licensing provision, and that we also are going to have some local control. And I am happy about the expungement of records. But with the other concerns that are still here for the state of Minnesota, I'm not voting yes today. Thank you, Speaker.
Further discussion to the repassage of House File 100 is amended by conference. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author stand for a question, please?
Representative Stevenson will yield. Representative Scraba.
Representative Stevenson, thank you for changing. That was my big thing. The only question I have, and it's going to be really short, is will this be brought up again for corrections as we go through life? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Scraba. The answer is yes. And to add to that, I think a colleague of mine, my author in the other body, pointed out to me the other day that alcohol prohibition ended 100 years ago. And we are still passing bills that change the way that we regulate and control liquor on a very regular basis here. So not only can it be changed as we go down the road, it will be. And probably as soon as next year, we'll probably keep working on it.
Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. I can't say
Representative Stevenson.
Yes, Stevens. I wanted to say Zach, but I can't. So, thank you, Representative Stevenson. And with that, I appreciate what everyone's done, all the work and the stories. And I'm hoping after this passes tonight that it does come back so that the mistakes or the issues that we want to fix, we'll have some track time on it, and then we can fix those. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Speaker Wolgamott. And members, not a lot has been said this evening, or at least not specifically about the complications that this passage of this bill will cause for our businesses, particularly those where workplace injuries are a real factor. As has been said, there's no standard for impairment and no test for intoxication. Employers might even face liability for someone who has a work accident, and that could increase their work comp liability insurance if there's really no way to prove if those people were under the influence or not. And our employers, every employer has different, right now, different standards for safety, and they have different demands of their workers. And this bill is sort of a one-size-fits-all, and that is concerning, members. Employers need to have the flexibility to determine the drug policy that's best for them. And this bill also this limits employers' liability to conduct drug testing and make hiring contingent upon clean tests, and prohibits employers from requesting or requiring job applicants to undergo drug testing in order to make a job determination on the basis in the presence or absence of cannabis use. So folks, there's some issues with this on the front for businesses, large and small, and for the workers, quite frankly, and their safety. I want to shift gears here, though, for a moment and talk about the energy aspects of growing cannabis. And I'm wondering if Representative Acom, I believe you're chair of the Climate and Energy Committee. Would you yield for a question?
Representative Acom will yield for a question. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Acom, did you have any hearings in your committee this year regarding if cannabis was legalized, what effects that might have on energy consumption in the state?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Scott. We did not have a cannabis hearing in the Energy Committee.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Speaker Wolgamott. And would Representative Kraft yield for a question?
Representative Kraft will yield for a question. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kraft, I know you had the warehouse bill where you're going to start setting benchmarks for warehouses and businesses and having them keep logs and that whole bill. And I'm just wondering if you factored in into that equation the gigantic warehouses or the gigantic facilities that will have to grow weed under this bill.
Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Scott. So I think you're referring to the benchmarking bill, and it generally does not apply to large single-use facilities.
Representative Scott.
Well, thank you, Speaker Wolgamott. Well, I wanted to make sure that, I guess I didn't know, so I was just asking if some of these considerations were, if the energy consumption was taken into consideration, because there's some really good information out there, because as we have discussed this evening, several other states are already doing this. And I found a really interesting article entitled, "Denver and Boulder have big goals to fight climate change, but there is an obstacle, cannabis." And it goes into information about energy, and there's a company, it's called New Front Data, and they're a cannabis market analyst. And this is some of the information that they found about energy consumption. And it says the energy demands start with lights that make a good grow operation. 70 times more energy intensive than a commercial office building. These facilities are going to be 70% more energy intensive than a commercial office building. On average, lighting is about 58% of the energy demand, according to Denver's Environmental Health Department. So that's just the lighting. And then, that's 38%. And the heating and cooling, you've got to keep the temperature between 65 and 75 degrees year-round in Minnesota. Okay? So the heating, the cooling, and the dehumidifying account for about 51% of a grow operation's electricity demand. And that's not even including the illicit grows that still consume 75% of the energy used to cultivate pot. Grow lights will be on for around 18 hours a day on most days, year-round. And one of the things this article talked about was how initially 1 pound of cannabis wholesaled for around $4,400, and now that's down to $800, right? It's down to $800. So the margins are getting very razor thin on cannabis growth. And so energy is a big expense for these growers. In 2017, 201 megawatt hours of electricity were used in the Denver area, and that was projected to grow by 28% to 257,400 megawatt hours by 2022. And as more states authorize regulated sale of medical and recreational weed, this new frontier forecasts industry electricity demand growing by 162% between 2017 and 2022. So it's not even factoring in Minnesota yet in this number. And that is enough power, just to put it in perspective. They're saying 2.8 million megawatt hours. That's enough to power for 1 year the combined cities of Maplewood, Bloomington, and Rochester. Think about that. 250 homes for a year additional strain on the nation's grid. But I was really curious, would Representative Acom yield to another question?
Representative Aiken will yield to a question. She will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Speaker Wogelman. Representative Acom, did you have any conversations with Xcel Energy or any of the electricity providers in the state of Minnesota about what, if this bill was passed, what it might do to the grid in Minnesota?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Scott, for the question. I did not, but I think that what you described are some great opportunities for some energy, some geothermal and solar, and some great opportunities to use renewable energy within the market. So I appreciate the information from you tonight.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Representative Wogelman, Speaker Wogelman. Well, members, I think this might be a little bit on their responsible side. If there's one thing, we've learned a lot about public safety and other things about the legalization of cannabis. But one of the things, it's not hard to find, folks, is how much energy it's going to consume and how this marijuana, which is green, is not really all that green to grow. We're not even taking into consideration the water consumption and some of these other things. There are also, from my understanding, a good amount of chemicals that are used on the growth of weed. So, members, I just want you to think, if you care about the environment, if you care about carbon emissions, you ought to be thinking about what this might be doing to it. Thank you, members.
Further discussion on the repassage of House File 100 is amended by conference. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Kozlowski.
Thank you, Speaker Wogelman. Tonight, we are here for the People's Bill, and I am so proud to be rising in support and as a member of Team Cannabis. As a rookie, I was thrilled to be appointed to serve on this committee, but even more so for the opportunity to be able to really drive and ground this bill and push the bounds of racial equity at the heart of this bill. And I want to give a shout out to our conferees, our bipartisan team. Representative West has been phenomenal to work with, proud to work with both the House and the Senate Posse caucus members, to our brilliant staff, to our fearless leaders, and most importantly to our community, and for all of the work and the movement that you have done to lead us to this point over years and decades, and that this is just the start. And as Representative Stevens said that we are going to continue to work and go even further. But this is a massive piece of legislation that is about righting the past and present wrongs. The overcriminalization, disinvestment in neighborhoods, and distressed lives did not happen by accident. And I want to reground us here in what was socially engineered, built through federal and state and local policies, was the war on drugs that, as we have heard, has targeted Black and brown and poor folks across this country. And to the people who say that we should slow down and halt this legislation, I say our people don't have time. I say that people are serving time, years and decades away from the opportunity to build and grow generational wealth that has been snatched up and make contributions to our communities, to use their strengths and skills and talents. And instead, we have seen the damage and the holding back of kids and families like myself. That's why I care so much about this bill, because we have unjustly punished people and locked them up. And our story in Minnesota is a story that has taken our father's times and our uncle's times, our cousins' times, and our siblings' time. And I believe that we should welcome our family and our relatives and our community and reintegrate them and give them every chance, as we've been speaking in this chamber, to give a people a fighting chance at life, especially for policies that should have never been happened in the first place. And while a single bill like House File 100 simply cannot undo the damage, I will say that with these 320 pages, we can get a pretty damn good start at writing the reclamation chapter. And so that is what we are doing today, is we are going to create together a roadmap, and we are creating a new legacy for our kids, for our futures, for our communities, and a path forward for other states to follow, as we've seen that other states haven't always gotten the equity pieces right. And this is the floor, and we must not stop here. So with automatic expungement, as we've heard, these are going to transform people's lives powerfully. We know that cannabis arrests have clogged our criminal justice system with people who should have never been there in the first place. And with this bill, we are literally handing people back their lives and their futures. And we are creating something so much better for the generations of kids coming behind who won't have to struggle with the same barriers of having a parent locked up and incarcerated. This moment also demands that we have an equitable legal marketplace with programs that are investing over $10 million in funding that can start up, can grow, can navigate, and more. We are prioritizing the communities who have been most harmed. So whether it is pathways into entrepreneurship, or it is opportunity to be able to become a worker in a good paying union job, or it is being able to have career pathways and other ways around the cannabis industry. We are here not just about making money, making more money, which might be for some people, but what we want to do is center and make sure that we are righting that wrong and holding up people who have been held down for too long. This bill also advances economic justice with the social equity program, which I am so proud of. I am so proud of the community and your fingerprints all over this bill to make sure that it is the communities most harmed. And so, yes, we know that we're going to have entrepreneurs who are going to struggle to access traditional capital, who are going to struggle to access social capital, technical assistance, and those are vitally needed. This bill also makes sure that our tribal nations who share geography with Minnesota have every opportunity in the self-determination and autonomy to develop their own cannabis programs in both adult use and medical cannabis. For Indigenous people and people of culture, cannabis has been plant medicine used for healing and ceremony, and is a relative since time immemorial. And speaking of healing and medicine, we know that health is wealth. And that's why this bill funds public health awareness and invests in our youth and our families in substance abuse recovery and treatment, and promotes community stability and capacity building. And I did want to acknowledge, I didn't originally plan to talk about this, but as the conversation went on, I hear and hold the pain and the great grief and the care that is being so vulnerably shared in this space. And I think about my auntie who said, "Bago's undone." And in Ojibwe, that's the word for hope. That means that we have to be hope for ourselves and hope for each other. That's what keeps us alive. And in a time when we have a crisis of despair and a crisis of loneliness, we have homelessness and hunger and all of these things that, again, going back to what was socially engineered and manufactured, as somebody who has impacted severely by opioids and addictions and alcoholism. My family and my community whispers, see how we survive. It's through hope. And as we talk about these stories, I think it's also important to talk about what incarceration and criminalization has done to families like mine, which are like so many families across Minnesota and this country. Data shows that ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, one of which is the roots of violence, of homelessness, right, of domestic violence, but that also includes incarceration. High rates of incarceration in American Indian, Black, and Latino communities is the root link to youth substance use, to anxiety, to repeating these cycles of incarceration. That is backed by data. New data from Duke University, the American Medical Association, and the Youth Risk Survey, which also talks about across the country in states that have legalized cannabis, it is not, youth use of cannabis is not linked or increased due to the adult cannabis being legalized. But I do want to also say that this is something that is important and matters. And we are putting dollars and need to continue to address the roots of substance use and mental health. But let's not lie to ourselves or not follow the data that shows that the root of these substance use is so often violence. And there's no word in my language, Ojibwe language, for undoing harm, but there is a lot of language that talks about restore and repair and renew. And the biggest part, and the last part I want to close on, is about the Can Renew program, which is going to be in the Office of Social Equity. Using these dollars in this office is going to put a whopping $30 million, and that's just to start reparations back to the communities who have been most harmed, who is going to directly improve social determinants of health like housing and education and beyond. And together, we will be building in community engagement and participatory process for you, community, to determine how these dollars should be spent, and will be the basis for how it is my commitment and expectation, and I know Team Cannabis, that we continue to hear what are the needs and the demands of Minnesotans, and that we continue to move towards an equitable legalized cannabis industry, and that we make our criminal justice system just through the next steps of rulemaking, of our advisory council, of additional legislation and beyond. And so to all of you in Minnesota, to our community here, it is past time that we legalize, that we regulate, and that we expunge these records, and that we invest in making people and communities whole, no matter who you are and where you live. And so I urge you to please vote green. Minnesota, it's gonna be lit.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Ankin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Stevenson, I honestly want to say thank you. I think the way that you've approached this has been with class. I think it's been with nothing but olive branches. I think you've wanted to really work alongside us and hear us out, and for that I thank you. It's refreshing, especially this session. But when I went into this vote, I actually didn't know what in the heck I was going to be doing. I didn't know if I was a yes or a no. It's not something that I've partaken in, but it's something that I've been around my entire life. Whether in high school, I even saw it in middle school, as young as that, college, and one of the more personal experiences that I had was with a really good friend of mine in high school named Joey. And Joey, he lost his dad unexpectedly in high school, and it really hurt him. He used marijuana as a coping mechanism. It was something that he, occasionally dabbled in before the incident, but afterwards it was something that he really needed to get through his day. And I think marijuana and smoking weed, it probably saved him, actually, for a period of time. He was depressed, and at that age, going through something like that, how couldn't you be? But then it started to kind of translate into something else, where it was something that he needed, and it was something that defined who he was rather than the other way around. And that's what scares me a little bit. I know we've heard some other stories, but I do believe that marijuana can be a medicine. I really do. My mom's battling cancer right now, and we were talking the other day about a potential medical cannabis, getting her on that. But this is all a cost-benefit analysis, I think, between the person and the product, and that's how I wanted to kind of weigh my vote on this. It scares me because we see such an increase in mental health struggles. 28% of 11th graders have contemplated suicide as of the MDH-MDE recent student survey that was released. 45% of 11th grade girls are self-reporting long-term mental health struggles. I don't just want this to be a product and an enterprise and something that's readily available. I want this to also view the personhood behind who's buying that product. Because like I said, it can be a medicine, and in other cases, it can be a severe detriment. And in Joey's case, I saw it as both. I think limits on THC, how much of it, the concentration, I think that's something that's super important, but I don't want to fault you at all, whichever way I go for this. I'm still struggling. My dad's probably watching somewhere and getting mad at me for even saying that. He's super against it, but I think that you worked really, really hard on this. I think you worked diligently. I think that there still is a little bit of a struggle for me because I see that this might be a bill that's for the Minnesota government more so than Minnesotans as a whole. I want to make sure that it strikes that balance, and in the future, I do want to work together on seeing if there are some risk analysis or factors that we can put into place that would say maybe there are some folks who don't need it here and now if they're going through those severe mental health struggles, if they are first-time buyers, stuff like that. But overall, it is time. The fact that we have folks in our prisons for this, it's disgusting. Should never have happened in the first place. And we do know that it disproportionately impacted folks of color. It did disproportionately impact underserved communities. We know that. We love to tout facts on this side. That's a fact. I can see it. And I don't want that to happen anymore. But I also don't want us to sit in this chamber in the future and say, I wish we could have done it differently so that it didn't exacerbate the problems that we're already experiencing. I think that there is a balance there. And while I weigh this out, I just want to say thank you. I want to share my input on it and say thanks to every story across the aisle that we've heard on this. Because it helps. It helps weigh these things out, and in listening to our constituents and in listening to our heart, it's a delicate balance up here. But you've taken it with a head of rationality, and I just want to say thank you for that.
Further discussion to the repassage of House File Number 100 is submitted by conference. I recognize the member from Clearwater, Representative Grossell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would the Chair Stevenson submit to a question, please?
He will yield to a question. Representative Grossell.
Chair Stevenson, how much money do you have set aside for the increase in addiction and rehabilitation?
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Grossell. First of all, I do want to say that the data does not, from other states, as I think members on both sides of the aisle have noted at this point, does not reflect the underlying assumption in your statement of increase in addiction. In fact, as a few members have pointed out, states that have legalized have seen youth rates hold steady after cannabis was legalized. So I just want to say that at the outset that I don't accept the premise that this is going to increase addiction. I will say that one of the things that we're doing in this bill to make good with the tax revenue that we are going to generate is funding prevention, treatment, and recovery. And I believe it's 11 million a year, but I need to go look again to get the exact number.
Representative Grossel.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for that number, $11 million. $11 million a biennium, per biennium, or for the whole biennium. Okay. $11 million for rehab, for prevention, for all of that stuff because, well, you know it's going to bring problems. You know it's going to bring issues. So I hear everybody over there saying, this is a celebration. This is a celebration. We're going to bring another addicting chemical into our communities, into our homes, into your neighborhoods. And some of the communities that suffer the most from addiction and from poverty and all this stuff, you're going to bring more down upon them. You're going to press them more. You're going to give them something else to be addicted to or to continue to increase the addiction because you're going to make it more readily available. Impressive. That's a cause for celebration, folks. Absolutely a cause for celebration. As someone who sat on the front lines for 6 years on that war on drugs and who made a difference, and a lot of us made a damn good bit of difference. Our blood is in the soil of this state, protecting you. And for you to say that the war on drugs has failed, well, one of them's walking off the floor now, but whatever. It's spitting in the face of every agent, deputy, police officer that put their lives on the line to protect you. Good job. Good job. I applaud you. I applaud you. Impressive. Every individual that I ever investigated for the narcotics trafficking, for the violent crimes, all of this stuff, they started out with marijuana. Then they graduated to something more, something greater, something so that they could increase their addiction, so that they could keep up with that high. It's okay. Doesn't hit everybody the same. Doesn't hit everybody the same, folks. But you're going to bring one more product. I mean, bad enough alcohol is out there. You know. And it's no surprise to you that in working in this this field of darkness and working in this area where you've got to go in and you've got to at times infiltrate into these worlds. I've sat across in people's living rooms purchasing narcotics from them in the line of duty. And the people that I've talked to who have served their time, or even after the case was developed and they got arrested, they've said that they wish they never started. They wish they never started with these narcotics. At whatever level. It's grass, crack, powder coke, crystal meth, whatever. They wish they never started on it. But it took a hold of them. Because it gets ingrained into their psyche. That's the path in their brain that they go to for that comfort. And it can happen with alcohol. It can happen with narcotics. Hey, I struggle with the alcohol. I'll be honest with you, all right? Yeah, I see everybody raising their eyebrows. Yeah, you do. But I'm sober now. I've got help. I've gotten help. But you're not giving these other people the opportunity to do that because you're bringing this stuff into their communities. You're going to just flood them with this stuff. And you're celebrating. Good Lord, people. Good Lord. This is going to hurt a lot of kids. This is going to hurt a lot of kids. But hey, you know what? There's money in there. It always boils down to money, doesn't it? We're going to make money on this. State's going to make money. Kids are going to suffer. Families are going to suffer. Not very many of you have ever had to walk into a house executing a search warrant and see little kids, diaper hasn't been changed for God knows how long, competing with the dog out of the damn dog dish. That's what the narcotic world brings to families, folks. Doesn't affect all of them, but a good bunch of them it does. So you go on and celebrate. Go on and pat yourselves on the back. State's going to make money on this one. At the cost of how many people? How many kids? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on the repassage of House File 100 as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm going to address a few things. Some stuff that has been said, but not everyone has said it. So I'll add my comments to the list. Some stuff that I don't know if I've heard addressed. One thing just right off the bat that is certainly concerning with this bill and the changes that have been made. Just a couple of days in conference committee, the conferees chose to remove a provision that was in both the House and the Senate version of the bill. I looked, I'm like, where did this come from? It was an author's amendment in the 5th engrossment in the Workforce Committee, and it sounds like it was inspired maybe by a Representative Nash amendment in the State Government Committee. That really was sort of about preventing self-dealing by the legislature, which I actually think was a really good amendment, and there's a reason that amendment was added. And frankly, the House author and the Senate author thought that amendment was a good idea and added it to their bills. That it made sense to say that legislators should not financially benefit, certainly within the first couple of years of doing this. And I'm not sure why we couldn't all agree that moving forward, that's still a good idea. But that was pulled from the bill, and I was reading an article and it said this: former DFL House Majority Leader is starting a THC beverage company, and this is the key phrase, this is the important part. After playing a key role in the passage of the law that legalized the THC edible industry. And this article was actually very friendly. It was in a pro-use, pro-marijuana article or publication. But that's the key part. After playing a key role in the passage of the law, he is now benefiting from that financially. And frankly, I've seen the Democrats in this body do some pretty crazy things on this front. This one didn't seem crazy. And like I said, at one point, both the House author and the Senate author independently chose to put that language in their bills. But 2 days ago, in conference committee, it disappeared. It's not there anymore, paving the way for legislators and self-dealing. So let's talk about the black market, because this has gotten a lot of attention. And I know, and I certainly believe that it is the author's goal to minimize or prevent the black market in the state of Minnesota. And I know that's the purported reason for the very low taxes, I think lower than any other state. The problem is, I sort of went down this rabbit hole on the issue of the black market because no state that has legalized recreational marijuana has eliminated the black market. None, not one of them. And interestingly, from the articles I read, that doesn't have anything to do with the penalties, the regulations, the taxation. It doesn't have anything to do with it. And again, I'm not talking about, some right-wing rag. I'm reading articles from local California newspapers, articles from Rutgers University. These are reputable publications. And what they're saying, in fact, let's see here, where is this one? That people are just frankly circumventing the legal pathways here. This article from the LA Times, it says, boom in illegal market. That's the headline of the article, boom in the illegal market. And it says, California failed to address the reality that decriminalizing a vast and highly profitable illegal industry would open the door to a global pool of organized criminals and opportunities. So key phrase in there, global pool. Because certainly with the high taxes in California, of course on the black market they can be cheaper. But we're talking about a global pool. And it says, quote from the article, for those sidestepping taxes and regulation, the reduced criminal penalties lowered the cost of risk of doing business. And that's what we're doing in Minnesota. That's what we're doing in this bill. We can make the taxes zero. But with such reduced penalties, and interestingly, the civil penalties, when you look at the language in the bill, there are civil penalties, but it is comical that the Office of Cannabis Management, quote, may assess. They may assess. And I know a lot of you, especially in committee, have heard me pick on words like may and shall, and or. These words matter. So the Office of Cannabis Management may assess a civil penalty, a fine. I don't know. My quick little brain says, yeah, but probably not. And frankly, we know that that's the goal of the bill. I get it. I get it. It's part of this decriminalization. But the problem is, when you reduce the penalties so much, you eliminate, or I should say, you lower the risks. You lower the cost of risk of doing business. It's just not that big of a deal. People will weigh, it's the cost-benefit of an analysis, right? Anyone who owns a business does a cost-benefit analysis. And the risks of doing illegal business are not real high under this new law, and therefore the potential profit far exceeds the potential risk. So that's why black markets have continued to flourish, and not only have they continued to exist, every article talks about how they have flourished. And it's not about keeping the taxes low. They circumvent the system entirely because the risk is so low. The cost of the risk is so low. So, unfortunately, we are not doing anything to eliminate the black market. We're just not. The black market is going to thrive in Minnesota. I want to address this idea of decriminalization and just say, in fact, I had an amendment, a floor amendment for this when we took up the bill originally. I support decriminalization. I think that is a good idea. But we can support decriminalization without normalization. Normalizing this is so scary. This is not a celebration. And it should not be a celebration to normalize this. Representative Grossel just talked about and asked a question about some of the risks, and I think we got some bad information. I mean, this is the Minnesota Psychiatric Society. And it says, the past month marijuana use among young people age 18 to 25 in legal states has increased 8% in the last year. Here's key. Use in this age group is 50% higher in legal states than in non-legal states. 50% higher for our young people in states where marijuana is legal versus where it is not yet legal. 50% higher. Among adolescents, the perception of the health risk of marijuana has declined, and marijuana use has become increasingly socially acceptable. Even as the perception of the health risk of tobacco, this is of course ironic, has risen, and its use has become increasingly undesirable. Now that is of course a good outcome. We want kids to use less tobacco, but then why are we okay with them smoking pot? I think what you'll find, and what is going to be really hard for us when this happens, is that once this is decriminalized and that issue is addressed, and again, I think most of us, not all of us, but most of that think that's an important issue. But what you'll discover is that the problems associated with use don't go away. And in fact, they might become more apparent. When we decriminalize this, that takes care of one problem, but as we normalize it, it creates other problems. And I don't believe for a second every single member of this chamber is touched by addiction. I don't believe that a single member of this chamber has not been touched by addiction. And I would suggest that for those who have experienced loss through addiction, if you tell me that your loved one started using drugs, let me say with the exception of opioids a little bit, because that really is in a different category. That's often, the addiction to opioids often comes through a medical event, a surgery, something where it is prescribed and addiction takes hold. But I'm sorry, it's just truth that the vast majority of addiction begins with a single pathway. And it's marijuana. I know you don't want to hear that, you don't want to admit that, but that's where it starts. And again, I don't believe for a second that there's a single member of this chamber who has not been touched by addiction in very real ways. In very real ways. It was just over a year ago, the end of March, that I was actually in committee. We were on Zoom still. We were in the state government committee, and I had just presented an amendment to a bill. I don't remember what it was. I had just presented an amendment to a bill, and I got a phone call. I didn't answer the phone because I was in committee, and I got an emergency text that my brother was in the hospital, and he was on life support down at Abbott. And I quickly exited the Zoom. I didn't vote on my amendment. I left the meeting, and I went down to Abbott. And it turns out that we don't know for sure. The last text exchange I had with my brother was 3 days previously. And probably 2 days previously, he had a meth-induced stroke. He was in his garage at the time. We call him a redneck engineer. And he spent most of his free time in his garage. He was in IT by trade, but spent most of his time as a redneck engineer in his garage. He happened to be a triple amputee. He was missing both of his legs just above his knees, and he was missing his right arm just above his elbow. So he's a triple amputee. So it was actually pretty amazing and remarkable that he was a redneck engineer. And most of his time was spent making modifications to his toys. He had a Spider motorcycle. He had snowmobiles. This is what he did. And of course, his center of gravity was different. He didn't have legs to balance on the snowmobiles, so he engineered and fabricated and welded in his garage places for his legs and different components to give him leverage, so he could move one way or the other on his toys. And this night, he was in his garage, and it was March. It was still cold. And so based on what we found, it was clear that, we knew that he had been doing meth for a long time and was actually trying to recover. And, but that night he had done meth and had a pretty massive stroke, which is the end result, frankly, of continued meth use. That's a common result, is a stroke. And he laid on his garage floor in March for 2 days before we found him. He lived alone. He was not married. He lived alone. So it wasn't uncommon for us to not talk for a couple of days. We would usually talk at least 2 or 3 times a week, but it had been a couple of days. And so by the time we found him, it was too late. It was too late. And he was on life support for a couple of days at Abbott, and then we had to make the decision to remove life support. That was 1 year ago. That was 1 year ago. I have another brother who is well into his 50s, started smoking pot when he was 13 years old. That's when he started. He was 13 years old. Both of my brothers started very young. Started when he was 13 years old, smoking pot. And again, advanced through lots of other things, and he would tell me that he's done everything under the sun. Also in recovery right now, actually, and has been for a few years. But forgive me for not celebrating tonight. I actually don't think this is a reason to celebrate. I think there are things that should be done. Like I said, we can decriminalize Although it's a little bit of a red herring at this point, I get that there is a long history that has been very ugly, but that is not today. There are 34 people in the state of Minnesota in prison for marijuana-related crimes. 34. And so we act as though that is our problem today. But like I said, I support decriminalization. But I think what you will find that when the problems associated with decriminalizing marijuana settle, the problems associated with the normalization, the problems associated with the use of marijuana aren't going to go away. Those problems don't go away. And I appreciate Representative West, who's been very honest on this. I appreciate that. He is in support of the bill, and I respect that. But he has also been honest in saying, of course there's addiction to marijuana. Of course there is. So please don't pretend that that's not an issue. If you want to legalize it, at least be intellectually honest in what you're doing and in the benefits and the problems. Don't pretend as though there are not problems with this bill. Don't pretend as though your bill somehow magically will kill the illicit market. We won't have any black market here because, again, lots of things we're doing this year will be the state. We have figured out the secret sauce. We'll be the one to kill the black market. I don't think so. You're doing the same things that other states have done to foster that black market. That problem will still exist. You are not solving that problem. You are solving one problem with decriminalization, but you're going to create other problems with the normalization of marijuana use. And we know that. Marijuana use in legal states is 50% higher for 18 to 25-year-olds than it is in non-legal states. You can shake your head all you want. It's right here. There's a whole list. There's a whole list of very reputable sources to back it up. And again, frankly, the Psychiatric Society has no financial incentive to not have pot legalized. But I suspect we'll hear some data soon from organizations that perhaps do have some financial interest in pot being legalized. I will trust the sources that don't have a financial interest. I will trust the sources that are looking out for our kids, that are looking out for our mental health and well-being. I will trust those sources. This bill will solve some problems. It will. But it will do so at the expense of creating new problems. So again, forgive me if I'm not going to celebrate tonight, because I've seen the effects of what happens. I have felt the effects. I have buried my brother, as many of you have buried loved ones. I buried my brother, and he didn't start by smoking meth. He started by smoking pot, but eventually that just wasn't enough. He needed something else, and something else, and something else. And you can pretend all day long that that's not true or that doesn't happen, but frankly, everyone on the planet knows that it's true. And let me just say, I understand that smoking pot does not, obviously, smoking pot does not necessarily lead you down that path. That would be just as stupid of an argument as the argument that it doesn't lead you down that path. But to believe that we are going to legalize this and it is not going to lead people down that path is asinine. That's just stupidity if we're going to claim that. It's not going to do it all the time, may not even do it most of the time. But for the vast majority of people who have serious addiction issues with drugs, it's going to start right here. It's going to start right here. So again, forgive me if I'm not celebrating tonight. I'll be voting no.
Further discussion on the repassage of House File 100 as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Minnesota will soon be the 23rd state in the union to legalize recreational marijuana. 23rd state, not even close to first, which, I think being first is a bad idea because you have to learn a lot of lessons the hard way. But we join incredibly liberal states like Montana, Missouri, Arizona, and Alaska. Oh, wait, wrong list. Many Republicans support ending prohibition on cannabis. We've seen Republican states legalize it, independent states legalize it, liberal states legalize it. Only 36% of Minnesotans oppose. If only 36% of Minnesotans oppose, well, that means there's a good chunk of Republicans there. If you look online, you can go to a Forbes article that was recent that shows 70% of Republicans support marijuana reform, which you did hear a ton of people in this room. We would have almost unanimous support for a litany of cannabis proposals that might not be legalization, but anything but. Representative Nancy Mace in the United States Congress, Republican from the liberal state of South Carolina, introduced a bill to legalize cannabis at the federal level. And they expect to get a hearing in a committee in the Republican-controlled House. So don't be super misconstrued. There's a sizable amount of Republicans who support ending the prohibition on marijuana. Now, this bill isn't just ending the prohibition. There's a lot of other things in the bill that have already been described, so I'm not going to go into them, but I'm going to address a few of the concerns that were brought up by my colleagues. First, your Second Amendment rights. What was said about the Second Amendment rights is actually true. When you fill out your paperwork when you buy a gun, it does ask if you use scheduled substances, which marijuana is currently federally scheduled. So that does prevent you from buying a firearm if you answer that question honestly. However, this bill protects Minnesotans because it doesn't allow the sheriff to deny your permit based on cannabis use. It also explicitly forbids any business from sharing their customer data for anything short of a court order. And any of your purchases inside any of these stores are not tracked. So if you go in there, if you don't use a credit card, which most you can't use a credit card because of the federal banking laws, there is no record of your transaction. Local control. Well, there are massive improvements on local control. Now, there's one, cities can limit it to 1 per 12,500 residents. If their county can also limit it to 1 per 12,500 residents. And if your county does that and meets that threshold, your city can opt out. So there is a path to opt out for cities. Also, cities can adopt ordinances to prevent public consumption. And you can't smoke around kids. And the issue of teen use is very important and very concerning to everyone. We have studies from the American Medical Association, Washington University, Boston College, the CDC, that all show teen use of marijuana is consistent or declines slightly because marijuana is already in our schools. Legalizing it will not put it in our schools because it won't make it legal for them. Prohibiting it puts it in the black market, and that's what really puts kids in danger. Now, there are a lot of concerns about addiction, which are meaningful, and we want people to live their fullest life, and if they have problems with substance abuse, I wouldn't recommend they consume marijuana or alcohol or tobacco. But prohibition has epically failed, just like alcohol prohibition. Now, this isn't the bill I would write. I think the possession limits are a little too high. The ban on employer testing in many, many cases, I think, violates their rights as an employer. The social equity provisions, I'm concerned that it's not going to be able to meet market demand and it's going to set up businesses to fail. The ban on vertical integration for many businesses, except not for the biggest medical companies. I think everybody should be treated in a fair manner and allowed to grow their businesses as they please, and that will result in a lower cost product, which if the product isn't cheap, the black market will continue to exist. So there are other concerns with the bill that if I was writing this bill wouldn't be in there. But the time for marijuana prohibition is here. I mean, ending marijuana prohibition. Relevant detail. So, we will be the 23rd state, and we've learned a lot of lessons from 22 states. Might not have learned them all, but we will continue to work and ensure that this bill is the best it can be for Minnesotans. And if we see things going down the wrong path, we're going to be actively monitoring this because there are multiple studies in this bill to monitor the impacts of this bill so we know what's happening. If there is a rise in teen use, I guarantee you we'll address it. So, members, like many other Republicans, I hope you can support ending marijuana prohibition. It's a matter of individual liberty and freedom, which are core Republican values. Usually it's the Democrats telling people how to live their lives. Let's give Minnesotans the freedom to choose what they want to do and support this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on the repassage of House File 100 is submitted by conference. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. This will actually be the last time you have to hear me talk about this on this House floor, so I appreciate your time. You know, I've discussed the vision for legalization a lot of times. I've talked about the social and moral reasons that I think we should do this. And I've expressed my thanks to everyone who helped us get here. I told you all about my journey and how excited I am to get this done. But today, on today's final passage, I'm going to address some of the things that were said on the other side of the aisle today to the best of my ability and genuinely, because I think it's the right thing to do to address your concerns for both your members and for people who at home who might be on the fence. Accurate information is important. And I just want to start off with saying that I'm really sorry to hear that some of your members received some really crappy messages. I can say that it absolutely does not reflect the views and the vast majority of cannabis consumers in our state. Just like many of the comments we receive on our side don't represent the vast majority of our opposition either. I can assure you that nobody in this chamber had encouraged that behavior, and I can say that I agree with you that that sort of behavior is ineffective and it's wrong. And I can tell you that we certainly know what it feels like on our side because we too get hundreds of messages in response to all the political rhetoric and all of the things about our LGBTQ community, rights to access healthcare, so many things. But nevertheless, nobody deserves to be talked about like that. And so Representative Nash, I just want to acknowledge that and say that I hope that your message resonates with viewers and voters and members in this chamber and beyond. Because I don't know any of the people who are sending you those messages and participating in such hateful comments, but I do know that I always lead in this chamber with care and love and grace, and the right thing to do is to say sorry, and I hope you accept our apology on our behalf. So sorry about that. I also would like to extend a thank you to the members who have shared very personal and moving stories here today. Your loved ones are in our hearts, and we are really sorry for your loss. I've lost people too, and I know that the courage to share these stories is hard. It's hard to come by, but it is admirable. And thank you for letting all of us and the state of Minnesota share in the beautiful stories of your loved ones and for letting us get to know them just a little bit. And I also want to say congratulations to Representative Grossell. Thank you also for sharing your story. We know that's never easy to do. So I just want to start with some of the things we've heard. You know, we're not doing this in Minnesota because everybody else is doing it. We're doing this because we were elected to carry out the will of the people of Minnesota. And Minnesotans told us loud and clear that this is what they want. It's not up to us to make these decisions for the state based on how we alone feel. It's our job to make sure that we do what Minnesotans sent us here to do. We are working for Republicans, Democrats, independents, libertarians, people who don't identify with a party. They've all called on us to end prohibition. And that's why we're doing this. Because this majority responds to the needs and the will of the majority of Minnesotans. The next thing I'd like to address is that people keep saying that they would vote green if this was just a decriminalization bill. But we are a decriminalized state, and we have been since the 1970s. And yet Black and brown folks have been harmed, harassed, and more by law enforcement every day since. Decriminalization wasn't good enough to effectively ensure that Minnesota cannabis consumers are protected from that kind of overzealous policing and just the blatant racism that prohibition has put into our society. People often can't get jobs, and if we stick with just decriminalization, employers can still do that. They can still discriminate against employees who consume cannabis outside of work and on the weekends. Decriminalization doesn't invest the resources that we need in public health. It doesn't help us keep cannabis out of kids' hands. It doesn't invest in recovery services. And the list goes on of what decriminalization cannot do. The next piece I heard a lot about was about driving. And to that I say, how are we handling it now? We've heard it acknowledged that there are absolutely people who drive on our roads under the influence of cannabis today. And I have to say that our officers have been trained in drug recognition and intoxication training. I think that they're going to continue doing what they've been doing to keep us safe on the roads. We've made significant investments in this bill into DREs. 100% of what we were asked to invest, we put into this bill. And we do even more to continue to support their work to make sure that our roads stay safe. And it's not like we just skipped over some other kind of tools, because other tools don't exist yet. But we did invest in the oral fluid tests that are beginning to show us some promising results. And we're making investments in the public health and research so that more innovation can join into this discussion and produce more resources to continue to improve road safety. Next, I heard about legalization and children. Legalization does, in fact, better protect kids. Not maybe in the ways that everybody thinks, so I'll expand on that a little bit. Today, kids are getting their hands on untested, unregulated products that contain heavy metals, pesticides, mold, mites, and probably more. These products have no THC limit, no manufacturing restrictions, no child-safe packaging, and no controls at all. Kids are going to consume cannabis, and they've been doing that only because drug dealers don't check their IDs. Drug dealers are out to make money. They're not in it to make sure they're following state regulations. But in a legal and regulated market, we can ensure that only that the market only hosts products that have been tested and are determined free from some of those things like the metals that put our health at risk. We want to be sure that parents have the resources to learn how to intervene if they're I'll continue. There's a slight music interruption for folks watching at home. We want to be sure that parents have the resources to learn how to intervene with their kids if they notice that their kids are having an issue, or their friends, for that matter. We want them to be able to teach them about how to make good decisions about cannabis, but they need the resources to do so. Those don't exist today. The underground market who is serving children today is alive and well, and we want to do everything we can to encourage these folks to step into the light and operate in a legal regulated market. And if they don't, there will be consequences going forward, as you'll find in the criminal penalties sections of our bill. The Office of Cannabis Management will be responsible for setting the THC limits that I've heard multiple times people say that they want. This office will be able to respond much more quickly than this body. And I think that's important to protect our kids. We make sure that we're investing in communities and so that they have exceptional public health resources to address youth use, to research it, to watch it, to track it, to trend it, and to make sure we're intervening where it matters. Members, we cannot continue managing the presence of cannabis in our communities the way that we always have. You may not agree that this bill is the best way to do something about all of those problems, but we cannot do nothing. We cannot perpetuate this failed system of prohibition that has hurt and damaged communities of color for generations, that does not protect our children, that does not improve public health, that puts people in the public safety positions at risk, and that forces a nearly billion-dollar industry to operate outside the lane of the law. To turn our heads and run away from the hard work is really nothing short of irresponsible. We're better than that, no matter what letter's behind our name. Minnesotans sent us here to do better so that people harmed can be released from the damage prohibition has caused. And that's why we're doing this today. We're ending an 85-year failed war on drugs, and we're ending an illegal enterprise that has been impervious to the laws that we tried to put in place. We won't eliminate it. I agree about that. Fully eliminating something is a long shot. But the local control measures and the model that we have built has been meticulously crafted to do what other states failed to do. California and Colorado have been brought up a lot about how they have failed to shut down their illegal market. But that's because their broad local control measures allowed cities to ban it, which then allowed and promoted and encouraged the illicit market to stay alive and well. We didn't take a shot in the dark on this. This is a very data-informed process, and we're going to continue to address the changes that we need as we go forward. Many of you might not know this, but I was raised by a Republican, and I represent a community that was represented by Republicans just not too long ago. We're addressing Republican and Democrat concerns in this bill. I was raised to value many of the things that you all value. This issue promotes freedom and liberty by allowing people to consume a plant, to do with their body as they choose, to grow a non-toxic plant on their property, to have the right to make personal decisions about what they consume with less interference from the government, to promote a pro-small business economy where the American dream is achievable for as many people as possible, to honor the inherent dignity and worth of all people, regardless of their political ideation or personal decisions, and so much more. The time has come for us to do something different than what we've always done. It's just not working, and we have to face that and be honest about it. I believe that despite our differences, we have what it takes to address the unintended consequences that may arise after this, regardless of who's in the majority. I have faith in the government of Minnesota to do what's best for our people, again, regardless of who's in the majority. That's why I'm here. I'm here to do the most good for the most people, to be sure that people can live and let live. So whether you vote for this or not, I want you to know that we do care about what you think and have to say about this. We stand ready to collaborate on fixes that you feel we need in the coming years. We have the future to do so much better together, and I really hope that this is just the beginning of a collaboration that's as good as what Representative West and I have developed over the last couple of weeks. We have built something pretty cool despite our many, many disagreements about many, many other things. But I do want to say thank you, and I think everybody that's been on Team Cannabis has done an amazing job in both bodies, previous authors, community advocates. We've overcome our differences, and today I think we can do that too. I give you my word that if there are things that are a travesty, that are unintended consequences, I stand ready and willing to personally help make sure we bring about those changes that we need. This isn't the end of the road. It's really just the beginning. So thank you for all of those who have supported this along the way. Thank you to who will support this today and who's going to join me in supporting this and working on it in the future. Please vote green.
The member from Anoka, the author of the bill, Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members, for the good debate tonight. In just a few more minutes, we are going to vote for the last time to legalize cannabis here in the House chamber, and that vote will pass, as many people on both sides have said. I do want to take a moment right now and talk to my friends on the other side of the aisle about it. And many of you tonight have talked very graciously about me, and I want to say thank you. I genuinely appreciate those comments. It means a lot to me what was said. And I appreciate you recognizing the truth, that I was listening to you and trying very hard to meet your concerns in a reasonable way as we moved through the process. And I hope tonight you'll take a moment now and listen to me as I try to express how we've tried to meet some of your concerns that you expressed tonight. Because I do think that this is a bill that you can support. It's a bill that you have helped write. There are many, many Republican amendments in this bill, dozens, actually. And Republicans have contributed to making this bill the good bill that's before you today. And as Representative West said, and others have said, your voters support this. There was a KSTP poll out last week showing 64% of Minnesotans want cannabis legal. Almost every demographic tested in that poll, including Republicans, found more support for legalization than opposition. It's not just a slogan to say that Minnesotans want this or Minnesotans are ready or all that stuff. They do. It's consistent in poll after poll after poll. And I really liked, and I mentioned this to her when she came over and talked to me, what Representative Mueller talked about being challenged by kids. I have kids. They challenge me all the time in ways big and small. But I really enjoyed the spirit of that, and I agree with that. And I think this is a place where we really should be listening to them, because that number is even higher. 70%, according to that KSTP poll, of not kids so much, but 18, the youngest people that they tested, 70% support this, and we should listen. And we should listen to them. But the number one reason that I want to tell you, to this party of small government, to this party that says that that government which governs least governs best, is to ask you, what is our current system of laws accomplishing? What good is it doing? Is it achieving any of the goals that they have set out? I work in law enforcement. I'm a prosecutor. I'm here to tell you, if we could solve this problem, the problems that you are concerned about, with a law enforcement solution, we would have done it a long time ago. We've had 50 years of trying really hard. It's not working. It's time to do something different. And we have evidence right now. If you're concerned about road safety, you have to grapple with the fact that since Michigan legalized cannabis just a couple years ago, traffic accidents with drugs involved have increased at a higher rate in Minnesota than in Michigan, much higher. If you're concerned about kids having access to cannabis, you have to grapple with the fact that in the last decade, since Colorado legalized cannabis, pediatric calls around cannabis have gone up higher in Minnesota, much higher than in Colorado. The laws that we have in place are not working. They're not accomplishing what we want them to accomplish, and they're doing active harm. And many of you tonight have talked about the benefits of saying if this was decriminalization, I would vote for that, and I think Representative Hansen spoke very eloquently to that. I would just add this, which is that the problem with decriminalization, in addition to everything that Representative Hansen said, is that we were still funding both sides of this battle, right? I mean, like, if you decriminalize, people are still going to purchase cannabis, and they're going to buy it, as Representative Hansen said, from drug dealers. And then we're going to spend a lot of money trying to catch those drug dealers. And that just will continue. Decriminalization is not a solution. It doesn't work. And about that illicit marketplace, we've heard a lot of talk about how we can't do this and other states haven't. And again, I'm not going to repeat what Representative Hansen said about Colorado and California. It's totally accurate. Instead, I'm going to point to the states that actually have done a good job on the illicit marketplace, because they do exist, contrary to what was said tonight. In Montana, over 80% of cannabis transactions are taking place in the legal market. They've only been legal for a few years now. In Washington, which has been legal for longer, only 17% of cannabis transactions are taking place in the illicit marketplace, and it's only been a decade. If you look at the history of alcohol prohibition, there was a continuation of the illicit marketplace after prohibition ended for a time, but today no one buys alcohol from bootleggers, right? I mean, you go to the liquor store. We can do this with cannabis too, and that's a good thing. The last thing that I want to speak about very briefly, several members on your side of the aisle mentioned being scared or afraid. And I think that's totally valid. I think that's a legitimate thing to feel. This is a big change, and change can be hard, and change can be frightening. And fear is an important emotion to listen to, because fear can stop us from doing bad things. So when we feel fear, we should pause and think. But fear can also stop us from doing really good things. It can stop us from doing the right thing. And so pausing and thinking and recognizing that fear and then saying, is it grounded in reality? Do the facts support my fear? Or is it something else? Is an exercise that everyone should engage in. And just to give you one piece of evidence as I close tonight, and I think this is always the thing that I come back to, it's the most hopeful thing about this bill. In every single state, every single one that has legalized adult use cannabis or medicinal cannabis, opioid overdose deaths have decreased significantly, and those decreases have been durable. Every single one. And that's contrary to what a lot of people's fears were expressing tonight. The data doesn't bear it out. And it's particularly significant because, we have a huge problem in this country with veteran opioid overdose deaths. Veterans can't get cannabis through the medical program, through the VA, but they can through the adult use market. As I said the last time this bill was on the floor, this bill will save veterans' lives. It's not up for debate. The data is direct and clear. So listen to the wisdom of your constituents and of the young people who want this to happen. I'm not telling you not to have concern or fear, but to interrogate it a little bit before you hit your button and think about what the data actually says and what you're actually here to do and how that aligns with why you came here. And when you do that, I hope you vote green. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes and 57 nays, the bill is passed as amended by conference and its title agreed to.